Hello, everybody. I am Tatiana Bazzichelli, the director of the Disruption Network Club, and I'm very happy to finally introduce our conference, Evicted by Greed, Global Finance, Housing and Resistance. That is a conference that we have been preparing since many months now, and we are finally able to make it after a long time of production. And I'm also happy to thank the other members of the team of the Disruption Network Lab, Lieke Plucher, that is the co-director of the lab, together with me, that is also on the room close to mine and will be also live in a few seconds. Elena Velianowska and Ada Baker that work on the production, Jonas Franchi on the graphic, Steph Lenk on the communication, and Ranav Adhikari on the streaming. So I'm finally very happy to introduce the first day of this conference that will go on until the evening of Sunday. And the topic of the conference, as the title already says, is how real estate investors use strategic loopholes to disrupt housing, not only in Germany, but also worldwide. This conference is a follow-up of the conference Dark Heavens that we organized around 1 year ago, always in cooperation with Transparency International that has been cooperating with us also for this year after two very great years of sharing and interaction. And that conference back in the time was working on the discourse of the Panama and the Paradise Papers. And we decided to focus on the aspect of the Paradise Paper that we thought that was very important, that is related also to tax havens, to global finance in the real estate markets and in the corruption related to it. So from today on, we will dig into matters like tax havens in real estate business, but also the loopholes that the global finance is finding and is making possible to disrupt this market to acquire even more properties. And these kind of loopholes that they use are actually affecting not only our everyday life, but also the wealth of the global situation we are in, and producing a real inequality, as we will see during the conferences. And we also notice that over this kind of control, basically, the city of Berlin loses around 100 million euro of real estate transfer tax every year. So this is really is a big sum. There are big consequences, not only on our private lives, but also in the way we are addressing corruption and addressing hidden data and investigation. And we are really trying to unveil this kind of hidden information during today, tomorrow, and also the day after. So we will have with us great speakers that Lieke is going to introduce, and also the program of the next days. So I will pass now the word to Lieke that will go on in describing what is going to happen. Thank you, Lieke.
So yeah, hello and welcome everybody to our online conference. So I will just say a little bit about the program that we have for you this weekend. So today we will start diving into how exactly the global finance is influencing the current housing crisis. So we will start with the keynote on anonymous and aggressive real estate investors in Berlin and Barcelona with Christoph Trautvetter, Manuel Gabarre de Sus, and moderated by Eka from Transparency International. Then we continue after that with a panel on money laundering in London and Dubai. And this will be with Sam Leon of Global Witness and Karina Shedrofsky of OCCRP. And finally, today we close off with a conversation on the documentary Push with the director Fredrik Gertten and Leilani Farha, the main character in this film. Then tomorrow we continue looking at some of the counter strategies and some of the activism happening in this field. So tomorrow we start the day with a talk by the Deutsche Wohnen & Co. and Eignen initiative with Volkan Saiman. And this is followed by a keynote on how to secure housing as a human right with Leilani Farha, the former UN Special Rapporteur on the right to adequate housing, and Justus von Daniels of Corrective. And then we are also very excited tomorrow to have the premiere of the short film by the Steal This Poster Collective. And after that, we close with a panel focused on activism and exactly these kind of counter strategies on how to resist speculation. And this panel is joined by Jonathan Miller of Berlin versus Amazon, Marco Clausen of the Prinzessinnengarten, and also the Steal This Poster Collective. And finally, on Sunday, we close off with the online city tour visiting the Invisible, also with Christoph Trautvetter. So just a few words on how you can actually participate in this online event. We have a chat, which you can see on the right of the screen from our website. And there you can ask questions and also interact with the others there. And if you want, it's also nice if you introduce yourself, because we're also excited to hear that so many people are joining from all kinds of places around the world. And yeah, we will collect the questions to ask them to the speakers during the Q&A. But please don't wait till the Q&A starts. Just ask your questions in between so that we have time to collect them and summarize them. Then before we start, a final word of thanks to our funders and partners. As Tatiana mentioned, we're very happy to cooperate with Transparency International for this event. And we also want to thank our funders. First of all, the Senate Department for Culture and Europe in Berlin. Also the Riva and David Logan Foundation, the Bundeszentrale für politische Bildung, and the Checkpoint Charlie Foundation. We were happy to be supported also by a grant from the Foundation Open Society Institute in cooperation with the OSIFE Institute of the Open Society Foundations. And this conference also forms part of the Reimagine Europe project, which is co-funded by the Creative Europe program of the European Union. And we also want to thank our knowledge partners, the Netzwerk Steuergerechtigkeit and the Hermes Center for Transparency and Digital Human Rights. And the online city tour was produced in cooperation with the Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung. So also thanks to them for supporting us with the tour. And our activation community program is supported by the Guerrilla Foundation. And finally, also a final thanks to our media partners, Taz, die Tageszeitung, to Furtherfield, and to Ex-Berliner Magazine. So then handing back to you, Tatiana.
Yes, thank you very much, Lieke. So we enter now into our keynotes, Anonymous and Aggressive Investors, Who Owns Berlin and Barcelona, with Christoph Trautvetter and Manuel Gabarre de Sus. But first, I would like to introduce Eka Rostomasvili, that works at Transparency International, because she will be the moderator of this panel. Eka, as I say, works as Transparency International as advocacy and campaign coordinator in Berlin. And she works around the cases of cross-border corruption. Prior to joining Transparency International, Eka was a communication associate at the Global Public Policy Institute. She also previously worked with Transparency International Georgia, and inside this organization, she was working on civic engagement and monitoring the effect of the engagement of the civic society for 4 years. Just to explain a bit how it will work now to make the people understand how the streaming is organized. Now I will pass the word to Ika, that will introduce the panel and will introduce our speakers. And then we will have some statements of our speakers from Christoph Trautvetter and Manuel Gabarre de Sus, and there will be a conversation among them. And at the same time, you are really welcome, as Lieke said, to join the chat and interact with us. We have Steph Lenk that is moderating the chat, and we'll also ask you to share resources. If you have comments, if you also are working on projects, please feel free to share your knowledge. And then I will come back at the end by posing your questions to the speakers, and there will be a collective discussion related to that. So I pass then the word to Eka. Thank you very much, Eka, for being with us, and also the great support that we had from Transparency International. And also I have to say to Christoph Trautvetter for this event. Also I want to personally thank Christoph because he has been a very important participant and collaborator for shaping this conference. And a lot of his knowledge also went through what we did. So I really want to thank both of you because you did such a great work and you do a great work at your organization. So we are really looking forward to hear more from your research. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, Tatiana. It's been a real pleasure for Transparency International to collaborate with the Disruption Network Lab as part of the Art of Exposing Injustice conference series since last year. As you mentioned, we're already in the second year of our partnership. And we believe that this conference is a very timely contribution to the debate around common good, fairness, and justice, which has been reinvigorated by the ongoing COVID-19 crisis. For the members of the audience who do not know us, Transparency International is a global anti-corruption movement with presence in over 100 countries. We conduct research and lead on evidence-based advocacy with a vision that someday in our societies, there will be no space for abuses of power. You can learn all about our work done at the national and global levels from our website, which is transparency.org. As anti-corruption civil society, our interest in today's topic of the topic of our current conference is very obvious. As demonstrated by scandal after scandal, real estate is one of the favorite choices of kleptocrats for parking and investing stolen money, often driving up prices and fueling property speculation. Scarcity in affordable housing in major cities is perhaps one of the most vivid examples of how corruption hurts not only those who the money is stolen from, but also people in other places. But of course, there are many other factors and policy failures that reduce the availability of adequate and affordable housing. In the first keynote discussion of the conference, we will focus on the structural flaws in the global financial architecture that have enabled the reshaping of our cities in recent years, and unfortunately not for the better. Berlin and Barcelona are two cities that have seen massive spikes in real estate prices in the last few years, but also have become symbols of resistance against greedy corporate power. Through the examples of these two cities, we will hear about how, on the one hand, the opaque, multi-layered ownership structures have allowed the offshoring of wealth, and on the other hand, aggressive strategies of the professional investors who have become the world's largest landlords have been able to commit predatory practices around the world. Our first speaker, Christoph Trautvetter, is a public policy expert who has been extensively collaborating with tax justice groups such as Global Alliance for Tax Justice in Germany and the Tax Justice Network, and was recently leading the Wem gehört die Stadt, which is translated as Who Owns the City, an initiative with the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation. He'll probably cringe at this and maybe even disagree, but I really have heard him being described by more than one person as a one-man crusader against faceless landlords in Berlin. The most recent study, co-authored by Christoph, traces the ownership of more than 400 companies owning real estate in Berlin through public and commercial registers. And today, for the first time, we will hear in great detail about the results of these efforts. Christoph, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I was having a bit of internet problems here. I hope that's fixed now. I'm connecting through the wireless, through the phone now. All right. Can you hear me and can you see the slides? Perfect. Okay. So, evicted by greed is the topic of our conference this weekend, and I'm very happy to hold the opening speech. Starting with some very general thoughts on the word greed. As you've seen from the pictures in the invitation, it's a lot about money and even some signs that you would connect with conspiracy theory, but that's not about it. Greed is a very human characteristic, and all humans are somewhat greedy, sometimes greedy. But this conference is not going to be about human greed, but it's going to be about the structures that facilitate greed in the real estate markets. And as Eka already pointed out very nicely, I'm working on the Berlin real estate market, so I'm going to kick off this conference with a few examples from Berlin and the structures of housing and greed and financialization that I'm analyzing here. But before starting, I want to show you the first slide, some numbers of other cities and especially Barcelona that we're going to talk about after. And you're going to see that Berlin is very special worldwide. So in Berlin, 85% of the people live for rent. Right? If you look at Barcelona, that's only 38%. And even in the financial capitals of the world, New York and London, many more people actually own their own house. In Berlin, this number is very, very low. And Berlin is special for a second reason, and this you will see in the next slide. Berlin has seen, after the financial crisis, an explosion of housing prices. So 10 years ago, Berlin was poor and sexy, and everyone from around the world wanted to come here because you could have a metropolitan life for very, very low prices. You could buy a house for as low as 2,000 square meters, which was one of the lowest prices in Germany at that time. But it has exploded to somewhere close to 6,000 euros, which means it has surpassed Barcelona, at least in the house prices. It hasn't reached Barcelona yet in terms of rent, and also not in terms of the share of salaries you pay, but the quality of life, the cost of life in Berlin has changed dramatically over the last years. And now we're going to have a look at the structures behind this development. And on the next slide, you see again the most simple structure that most of you, wherever you come from around the world, would see that this is the normal situation. The person who lives in the house owns it, and there's no human interaction, and it looks like there's no space of greed, but that's actually not the case. Very often, this poor person there that owns his house has to take a loan, and then he is a victim of greed by banks, and that's, I guess, part of the story that we'll see in Barcelona. But that's not the Berlin story, because that's 15%, and in Kreuzberg, where I live, it's even only 5% that actually own the apartment that they live in. The next group that you will see in the next slide are direct investors. So that's, if we discuss real estate here in Berlin, any measure that would regulate or hurt owners, the owner lobby always says, oh, but most of Berlin is owned by the nice old lady who is saving for her pension, usually lives upstairs and doesn't hurt her tenants. And we don't have perfect numbers, and I'm assembling these numbers, so all that you see here are estimates. But my estimate is that this nice old lady from upstairs is only 17.5%. So where the person who is the owner has direct contact to the tenant without any corporate structure in between. And it's not always the nice old lady. We just had a look at one example of a conservative politician that owns something like 40 houses here in Berlin. And it's a peculiarity of Berlin law, but he is allowed to kick out his tenants if he claims to need the house himself. And he has done so 7 times, kicked out his tenants on behalf of his family, but none of his family ever moved in. Okay, so that's the direct investors. Now it's going to get more interesting and more closely to the anonymous and financialized part. So indirect investors, again, the ownership lobby would say that's the private people. So they own 20%, but they don't do so directly like we've seen before, but they have a corporate structure that shields them from their investment, usually with some wealth manager or someone in between managing the real estate for them. And again, that's problematic structurally. You can have very nice person, very nice manager, and a very well managed house. But what we see more and more often is that you have a person that is completely detached from the investment, doesn't know what's happening on her behalf or his behalf. And we've had a very interesting case that we're going to visit on the tour on Sunday. A woman or a family working as a philanthropist, doing good, but with money that the manager makes from house investment or real estate investments here in Berlin, and behaving very badly on the Berlin market. So doing good with money earned in a bad way. And that's facilitated by this indirect structure with someone in between. And these structures are going to get more complicated if you look at the next slide. Another 10%, and again, that's very special for Berlin, another 10% of the apartments here are owned by listed companies. So that are the big companies listed at the stock exchange. The biggest of them is Vonovia. The biggest in Berlin is Deutsche Wohnen, owning 115,000 apartments. And that usually doesn't exist. Usually listed companies and professional investors invest in commercial real estate, in shoppings, hotels, not in houses. In Berlin, they own a very big chunk of the apartments, and a big chunk of the apartments they own were previously state-owned, then sold to the same investment funds that we'll see in the Barcelona case, Cerberus, Blackstone, and the like, and then sold to these companies. And if you just have a quick look at the structure, you will see, just go back 1 second, with the last look at the structure, you will see in the structure the normal people that own stocks of Deutsche Wohnen, but they're in the minority. The majority of the stocks of those companies are owned by the professional investors that we now look at in the next slide. And those are the investment funds, the private equity companies, Blackstone, Cerberus. We'll talk more about that during the conference. And there you don't see any normal people, because those investment funds are only made for billionaires, for big professional investments, and sometimes also for private pensions, and some people behind that. All right, the next slide, and we're getting close to the end of our ownership and more towards the solution side. So one possible solution that is discussed everywhere is housing should be owned publicly, and in Berlin that's 17.5%. And the city is very aggressively trying to buy apartments. So anyone who wants to sell apartment has to first ask the city whether they want to buy. And the city is also trying to build, but they're realizing that this takes time and it's very difficult. And they're planning to build 40,000 apartments within the next 4 years, where in the past, some years ago, when the moods were different, they sold easily 100,000 at a much lower price. So trying to regain what they had in the past, but often paying a very high price for doing so. And the last ownership group, and I particularly like the structural graph, if you look at it, so that's another very vocal group here in Berlin. If we can go to the next slide, please. You will see, so that those are cooperatives. So they are very, very old in Germany very often. So between the First and the Second World War, a lot of housing was built and bought by those cooperatives, often with state funding. They have usually very low rents and own about 10% and always think they're part of the solution and the nice guys, which is true because they don't speculate. They are very, very long-term and have low rents, but they have one problem, that it's usually a cooperative, so they work for their members, and sometimes, or even quite often, the members are all pretty similar and not representing the whole interest of the city. So just to finish, to sum up, in the next slide, you will just see the overview. I will not go into details. We're still working on that with our project Who Owns the City, still collecting the data that doesn't exist, that isn't easily accessible. But if you look at this graph, you will see that more or less half of Berlin is in danger of facing greedy investors. And that's why this topic is so strong and so important here in the city. And that's why it's been a very, very hard but very interesting work to do. And I think we'll have a very hard and interesting weekend to discuss those structures, to discuss those investors, and to find out and discuss how. So first, to find out how the structure is set up facilitates greed, and then also develop ideas how to solve it and how to address these investors. And I wish us and everyone good luck with that.
Thank you, Christoph, for sharing these results of your study. I'm sure some of the members of the audience will find it surprising that the management companies who are receiving the rent it's difficult or sometimes impossible to trace ownership structures who really benefits from the rent or mortgages, but more active activists who have been in this scene, probably this didn't come to them as a surprise. I wanted to ask you how your tax-related research brought you to investigating real estate ownership in Berlin. How did that come about? If you can explain to our audience.
Thanks, Eka, for that question. So I'm pretty new to real estate, actually. I started 3 years ago with one investor here in Kreuzberg. It was an investment fund from Jersey, and some local journalist approached me and asked me how those structures that they were using, so they had companies in Cyprus and in Luxembourg, and then in Jersey and then the UK, asked me how to understand this setup and to understand what was happening. I quickly saw that this is exactly what we're working on in the tax justice movement, right? So we're looking at corporate structures in tax havens and secrecy jurisdictions, using those complex structures to avoid taxes, to launder dirty money, to bring corporate dirty, corrupt money into our markets. And I saw that housing is basically where those two stories meet, right? Where you can see this global financial market at your doorstep, and you see how those structures actually come to you. And housing is also the most important place for dirty money, for tax avoidance, for tax evasion, because everywhere you go to, housing and especially city property makes up more than half of the wealth, right? So a lot of money, a lot of wealth is housing, and as every wealth and every pile of money always attracts greedy investors and attracts people trying to launder money, trying to avoid taxes, evade taxes. So you will find them in the housing as well as in many other places. But in the housing, it's a very, very good place to show them. And that's how, from my work with tax havens and secrecy jurisdictions and tax avoidance and money laundering, I entered the real estate market and the real estate research as one field where the consequences become most visible and tangible also for people.
Mm-hmm. And just to, again, talk about tax really quickly, is there any estimate, or is it possible to even estimate how much tax is Berlin or Germany, for example, losing annually due to the loopholes in the global financial architecture?
So that's the next step. After I identified the ownership structures, I will have a look at the tax that is avoided. But I think that's mission impossible, just like the ownership structure. We heard the number of 100 million that is lost to the transfer tax. That's the most easy and most obvious tax avoidance mechanism that we hear reported over and over. And not even for this we have any reliable numbers, because the problem with tax avoidance is or tax evasion and money laundering and all of it, it is this part that no one knows, that happens illegally or hidden, or at least not visible to the tax agencies. Otherwise they would stop it. So no one really has those numbers. But what I can tell, at least, if you don't look only at real estate transfer tax, but also look at the people that don't pay tax on the value gains, so the price increases that very, very often stay completely untaxed. If you look at the profits from the rent income that are often shifted through Luxembourg to the Cayman Islands and to other places, we leave the area of millions and we very, very quickly get to billions. And if you look at the German level, with the housing boom we had, we were losing definitely more than 10 billion every year.
Mm-hmm. You have already partially answered my next question. I wanted to ask you about your future plans, the next steps. Maybe first you can talk about the specific kind of follow-up action, if anything is planned, about these findings that you presented today? For example, are you thinking of referring the companies that are very clearly you have found are violating the transparency laws to any authority agencies, to any law enforcement agencies or other authorities? And kind of related to
first
that,
of all,
please go ahead.
Exactly, it was already quite a big question, so I would just I would just answer it. So first of all, the research is not done. So what we are doing here in Berlin is actually, because there is no official data and the real estate register is not public, we collect our data case by case. Right, so every day or every week I get new cases. I research the ownership structure, I add them to my data collection and get a better picture of who owns Berlin. So I'm currently trying to assemble and do a really full structural analysis, but that's an ongoing work, and we're going to expand that to the whole of Germany. But the second part that you were referring to, that's the first step of our research that is done, that we have published very recently. We've published at least 80 cases from our 400 cases that we have collected, where despite the transparency regulations that we have, the ownership was not possible to trace. So people who are supposed to give their name and say, I'm the owner of this apartment, they didn't register as they were supposed to. And this list of 80 companies with anonymous owners that own real estate here in Berlin, we forwarded them to the agency that's responsible for enforcing transparency on them. And we will have a look at what comes out of that and the fines, and hopefully additional transparency, to include that in our study on actually who owns Berlin, and include that in our understanding that we then also want to make accessible for tenants in Berlin, to help them with their individual cases.
Thank you. That's wonderful. That's really exciting. Good luck with that. Since we still have a couple of minutes before we open to our next speaker, I also wanted to ask you if the evidence that you have already collected, while incomplete but still quite solid evidence, can that be used for improving practice in terms of collecting ownership information on the companies? Is there any policy reform that could be triggered by your study, for example? That could be also something for organizations like Transparency International. That could also be our role.
All right, so I mean, there's two elements. So the study that we published now on transparency and ownership, that's something that Transparency International definitely will have to take forward. And that's a problem that is global, right? So people who own companies should not stay anonymous anywhere in the world. And that's what we see here. We have companies from Berlin, but we have companies from all over the world owning real estate, and we need a global solution that around the world it's not possible to stay anonymous if you want to own a company, right? And that's the work of TI. That's where you will have to work. And the second part is then, once you know the ownership, you have to draw the right conclusions for housing regulation, for regulating real estate markets, and that's something that I'm actually very confident that will happen here in Berlin. We have a very, very left government that is looking, and a very active tenant movement. As you saw, like 85% of the people are tenants. So the majority of this city wants better regulation. But at the moment, what they're missing is the information and the data. So with the additional transparency, I think it will be very quick and easy to actually change politics here, because the majority will see that something is wrong and will change. And we already have a government that is very left and prepared to change things if only they would know properly what they're doing.
Thank you very much. I think we are now going to go to Spain, where our next speaker, Manuel Gabarre de Sus, who's a lawyer and a researcher with the Observatory Against Economical Crime in Madrid, and is a former civil servant turned activist. will tell us about how the 2008 economic recession, at the heart of which was the housing markets, and the neoliberal solutions applied back then are painfully felt in Barcelona. Manuel extensively researches the causes and effects of the housing crisis in Spain, both in Madrid and Barcelona, and is helping activists and supplying activists with evidence and research to make sure that the activism is powered by quality evidence. So I think we're ready for you, Manuel. Take it away.
Okay, I think it's very important that opportunistic investment funds have landed into Barcelona. And firstly, what is an opportunistic investment fund? The opportunistic investment fund try to find opportunities of benefits for 10%, 15% every year. So they look for risky investments and with a strong possibility, a strong potential of enormous benefits. So they decided to land in Spain and especially in Barcelona for several reasons that I will try to explain briefly in this presentation. And the main reasons are especially the regulation. And during these years, from 2015 to 2019, in just 4 years, the rent prices have raised by means of the 50%. So flat, which could cost 1,000 euro in 2015, may well cost 1,500 euros 4 years after. So the potential of benefits is enormous. Before the subprime crisis of 2008, the Spanish financiers and Catalan financiers trust in a model based on mortgages and property. But after the subprime crisis, the commercial banks went into bankruptcy or big problems at least, and they should abandon this model. So they enter the Wall Street investment funds which trust in rent instead of property. Why? Because of the job insecurity which are in Spain after the crisis. And the opportunity, the investment funds saw this opportunity because of the regulation. There is no regulation of rents and housing in Spain. And there are different layers of the regulation, the international layer, the European Union layer, and the national layer. I will start with the international layer. The commercial banks are regulated through the Basel agreements. The Basel Committee on Banking Supervision established the rules that all the banks in Europe and most of the countries must fulfill. And this after the crisis, the subprime crisis, they forced the commercial banks to increase their solvency and their capital. So the banks of the peripheral countries such as Spain or Ireland couldn't fulfill these requirements. Why? Because they have inherited an enormous amount of non-performing loans from evictions and developers, non-performing loans of developers also. So they have a staggering amount of real estate assets and a bad situation, bad economic situation. So because of this regulation, they must to sell these assets in the place of 7 years, from 2012 and before 2019. The Basel Agreement reassured the structure of the economy through two different channels. This point is very important. Since the 80s, it has been established, I'm going to use a metaphor of the channels of water. Of two channels, the economy flows through two different channels. We are in the first channel, where is regulation, there are taxes, there is identification of everyone is within the nations. But there is another channel, which is in this channel there are no regulation, there are no taxation, it is anonymous, completely anonymous. And the investment funds use this second channel to operate. So the consequences are the increasement of inequality because there is no more redistribution of the wealth within a country. So we have a paradox. There is a lot of money in the tax havens And after, the real economy doesn't provide strong benefits, the strong benefits that the opportunistic funds are looking for, the 10-15% benefits. So what do they do, the managers of this wealth of the tax havens? They try to invest in basic needs. Why? Because basic needs couldn't be avoided. So people have to pay for it. One very obvious is housing. So that's the reason they invest in electricity, health, or especially housing. Okay, so we have also the European Union level, the layer of the European Union. The bailout of Spain was signed between the country of Spain to rescue the financial system of Spain, and the European Union provided a bailout of 100 billion of euros, but under several conditions. Most of them were related to real estate property. For instance, they forced the Spanish state to create a bad bank. What is a bad bank? A bad bank, firstly, is quite confusing because it's not bad per se and it's not a bank at all. It's just a real estate asset manager. And this bad bank received a loan of 50 billion of the European Union directly from the European Union to buy the real estate assets of the Spanish banks which went into failure, into bankruptcy. So they collect 106 billion of non-performing loans and real estate assets, and they sold the bad bank sold these assets to mostly to Wall Street investment funds without any transparency. But the Spanish state is still responsible for this debt because it endorsed the loan to the bad bank. So the Spanish state debt, in fact, 40 billion of euros, and the bad bank has sold the most of his assets, so it's a big problem for Spain. And after, the European Union forced also to exempt taxes to ownership, to real estate ownership. And for instance, the Spanish state real estate companies rates don't pay company tax, and they do not pay also the transfer tax, which is in Spain 10%. But if you are an investment fund, you don't pay nothing for that because it's quite unfair. In fact, it's designed to roll out the red carpet to the investment funds from Wall Street to acquire the housing of Spain. So it's very important also that in 2012 the rent contract was reduced to just 3 years. Why? Because in this way they could create a bubble. If you have a tenant which pay 1,000 euros in Barcelona in 2015, after 3 years you can oblige him to pay 1,500 euro, and he can agree with it or leave the house. There is no other option. So this is the creation of this bubble which is Spain suffering. And also, it's very important that the public housing in Barcelona for rent is just 1% of the total of the amount of housing. So it's very few, and it can't control the prices in no way. In my video presentation, I explained with quite accuracy how this hypothesis was used by Cerberus, because in Spain they landed a lot of investment funds, opportunistic, such as Blackstone, Cerberus, or Lone Star, especially in the city of Barcelona. They bought the majority of the houses which were owned by the banks. And how did they manage to do it? Because they have a strong political contact within the country. Cerberus left Germany in 2011 to move to big opportunities which were presented in the periphery countries such as Ireland or Spain mainly. So Cerberus is very close to a Republican Party, so they use these connections to enter into the Spanish and Irish market. In Spain, they contracted the son of the former president, José María Aznar, which was very close to the Republicans. Do you remember maybe the invasion of Iraq? They contracted his son and his best friend as the president and chancellor in Cerberus here in Spain. And also Cerberus used several strategies to acquire the money necessary to buy the houses, because there are operations of 2 billion, there are billions of euros in this operation, and they acquire the money through the banks, in fact, controlled by Cerberus. These banks, there are several banks in Europe controlled by these companies, such as BAWAG Group, the Austrian bank, Deutsche Bank, or Commerzbank, which where Stephen Feinberg is one of the major shareholders. So Deutsche Bank or BAWAG Group finance the operation of Cerberus in Spain to acquire the assets. And the consequences are extremely damaging to the people of Barcelona because rents have increased 30 times faster than wages. So there is a strong bubble with dramatic consequences for the city.
Thank you very much, Manuel, for very illuminating, for sharing your illuminating findings and insights. This is not often discussed in the media or in the public when we talk about the housing crisis in Barcelona, the 2008 financial crisis. Maybe we can continue talking about Cerberus, which you have already mentioned that there's a longer version of your presentation, which will become available through Disruption Network Lab's website, where our audience can learn more about their operations. But perhaps in this Q&A, we can also talk a little bit about why do you single them out, and how are their operations different from, let's say, Blackstone, and what makes them such a key offender in Barcelona?
I have to say that it surprised me, Cerberus. When I was doing the research, I didn't know so much about Cerberus. I thought that every investment fund is quite similar, the opportunistic funds, but in fact not. Cerberus, at least, is very particular. For instance, it's a limited partnership and company to not disclose information. It's a company obsessed with secrecy. For instance, his founder, Stephen Feinberg, said once that they try, Cerberus, to hide religiously. So they are, in that way, obsessed with secrecy. All the investment funds are quite secretive, are very secretive. They work in tax havens and so on, but the case of Cerberus is very special. Cerberus, maybe the reason is because is that Cerberus have a strong link with the Republican Party, because several of the main chairs of the Republican Party during the presidency of Bush, for instance, are now the main executives of Cerberus. That's the case of Dan Quayle, which was the former vice president with George Bush, the father, or Jon Snow, the secretary of the Treasury, which is like the Ministry of Finance, during George W. Bush. So they try to occult all the information that they have. And after, they are involved in several scandals, both in Ireland and in Spain. Especially in Ireland, Nama is the bad bank of Ireland, like Sareb in Spain. And they sold all the Northern Ireland properties in just one operation, the Project Eagle. And in the eve of the bid, both Dan Quayle met with the president of Northern Ireland, Peter Robinson, and also in the eve of the bid, Jon Snow met with Michael Noonan, which was at that time the Minister of Finance of Ireland. And after, Cerberus bought by 1.7 billion the properties of Nama in Northern Ireland, and it has earned hundreds and hundreds of millions of euros. But it appeared after a payment of £7 million in the Isle of Man, which are connected to this operation, allegedly. And these are connected to Peter Robinson, to the former president of Northern Ireland. So now it's under the investigation of the National Crime Agency of United Kingdom, and it's a big scandal. And also, we can say that Cerberus use exchange, we are going to say exchange tactics, like using, they buy banks in Europe, like BAWAG Group, or are the main shareholders, between the main shareholders of Commerzbank and Deutsche Bank. Why? Because they are not very profitable investments, because the banks couldn't provide dividends because of Basel, but they have access to European Central Bank money. So that is an strategic investment. So Cerberus could use its own banks, its own controlled banks, such as BAWAG, to make the operation Divarian that I explained in the presentation, or other operations with a strong impact on the city of Barcelona, like the Sabadell, another important Spanish bank, sold all its real estate assets because of the obligation of Basel 1 year ago, and it was financed by Deutsche Bank also because of this kind weird relationship of Cerberus. And we can say also that Cerberus don't trust anymore in the productive economy because they invested in 2007 in Chrysler, in the fabricant of cars, and it would have gone into bankruptcy, Cerberus, because it invested $7 billion, and 1 year after it cost $1 billion. But the Obama government rescued Cerberus, so they have really, really strong connections. I have to say also that Steven Feinberg is a big donor of Donald Trump. He gave him $1.5 million to the Donald Trump campaign, and he is the president of the Board of Intelligence Assessment of Donald Trump. And also, which is completely strange for me at least, is that Donald Trump is supposedly, as the New York Times says 1 month ago, Donald Trump is thinking to appoint Steven Feinberg, the president of Cerberus, to the Intelligence Agency of the United States for a prominent charge, as a senior charge within there. So the connection with the power is too tight in the case of Cerberus.
Outrageous. We will talk about the possible solutions to the problems like a revolving door, as you described, and lack of regulation a bit later. But I also wanted to ask you if there has been any encouraging response to your research findings, which I understand you publish regularly through, you published a book, for example, last year, which is called Invisible Hand, right? Towards the bottom, Invisible Hand. And you regularly publish in Spanish media about these problems. What has been the response to your findings, including from policymakers, if any?
Yes. I think the Spanish mass media are controlled by the banks because they cannot pay off the debt the loans they contracted before the crisis. So in fact, they are owned by the main banks. So there are no critic point of view usually in the mass media, but they have arisen a lot of new medias, and I publish in that media. I published an article about the bad bank. I think one of the first from a critic point of view investigations about this. And the bad bank answered publicly to me through Twitter in a very rude ways, I have to say, and without consistent reasons. And I answered them back, and politely and with reasons. And I think it strengthened a lot the article because it was made very, very popular in the internet. More than 100,000 people read it. So yes, it has an impact. And also in the city of Barcelona, there are politics that are trying to change the things in the last years, and I have seen interest of them. And also in the national government, it has changed the path of Spain of the regulation from a couple of years ago. At least it's like the final end, they complete the regulation, they have increased the term of the rent contract to 5 years or 7 years in case of investment funds. And also they are trying to build a project of social housing in the country. So it's a very good news for Spain because it wasn't nothing. The model was based on ownership and mortgage because of the influence of the banks in the Spanish politics. But now it seems that there are changes.
And I asked Christoph earlier, and it would be great to hear from you as well if you have any exciting research or plans, any kind of plans that we can expect from you regarding any follow-up investigations or activism that is planned around Barcelona housing market. Did you hear my question? I'm sorry. Manuel?
Yes.
Sorry. If you could share with us any research plans, it would be very exciting and interesting to hear if you plan to continue investigating the same issues, or if there are going to be new investment funds or bad banks that are going to be the focus of your research. We'd like to know.
Yes. I'm collaborating with some projects, with several projects, a sociological project about the strategies of the investment funds, the aggressive strategies of the investment funds to the tenants in the city of Madrid. We are developing a project, a sociological project with legal issues, of the legal issues. And after, I'm also collaborating in a new book. I hope it will come up in 1 year about this situation, the investment funds, the bad bank, and all this situation, because there is a complete lack of information in Spain. Really, I think it's very important. It's very out of the blue because nobody is writing from a critic point of view about this with strong consequences. So yes, I am in several projects.
Thank you very much. Very exciting and interesting. We'll look forward to hearing about your new studies and your new book. I think we should go back to Chris, our first keynote speaker, who hopefully is still there. And well, the first question that I have for you, Chris, and maybe we can discuss also together with Manuel, is to what extent you spoke when you, at the beginning of your presentation, you opened with how the housing prices have spiked since the 2008 financial crisis. Can you talk about the connection and the extent to which this crisis was, the Berlin housing crisis was also a legacy of the post-2008 developments like Barcelona?
All right, so I think that's a very difficult question. So maybe just to one word on Cerberus. Cerberus was in Berlin before the financial crisis. So when housing in Berlin was very, very cheap and the state was desperate to sell assets, the state was deeply indebted, and we had this era of liberalization of small state. Selling out public assets. That's when Cerberus came to Germany and bought the public housing, and then they sold it, and then they moved on to Spain after the financial crisis. And what happened in Berlin, all, as you could see in the graph of the price development, happened after the financial crisis, but it started. And so if you look at the story of Berlin, the financial crisis wasn't resolved, at least. So you don't see it. You had a lot of investors coming to Germany in 2005 and 2006 because housing was so cheap, and they didn't know where to go with all the capital that they had accumulated. Then the financial crisis happened, and their plans out. Some of them actually had to sell their houses again. Some of them went bankrupt because the housing boom they were expecting didn't happen as fast as they thought. But then it happened because actually nothing changed after the financial crisis. The amount of money that is floating around the world and looking for investments actually kept increasing and increasing and increasing, and the central pushed out more money, and the interest rates fell further and further. So the problem we had before the financial crisis, too much money slushing around, was just made worse after the financial crisis, and that's when it arrived in Berlin housing. And that's where we still are now in the Corona crisis. The same thing is happening. The Berlin housing prices are not collapsing. The housing prices are increasing and increasing because now the state and the central banks again put out more money. The interest rates are low. Investors are desperate to find investment and buy anything that they can buy. And that very often then is residential houses here in Berlin. So we're definitely still suffering from the problem of before the financial crisis. Of accumulated capital, desperate for investment. That was what led to the financial crisis in 2008. Wasn't resolved, got even worse, and that's at the point where we are now, both in Berlin and in Barcelona, I think.
Manuel, next question is for you. So we are living the second crisis, which is the coronavirus crisis, and many have compared with the 2008 financial crisis. Can you share with us any projections or any thoughts that you have, any impact that the COVID-19 crisis might have on the housing market in Spain, Barcelona or Madrid? And you also mentioned housing bubble. Could you also maybe elaborate on that a little bit and tell us what you think might happen to the bubble post-COVID-19 crisis?
I think there are strong possibilities of the bubble burst, because in Spain there will be difficult conditions because of the job insecurity, a lot of temporal job, a lot of unemployment. So in that way, we are coming back to the 2007 situation, unfortunately. And I think also that here it's important to think about that Cerberus use its own banks to finance its operations. So when Cerberus take a loan, they pledge the houses, the units, and in case they couldn't pay off the loan, they deliver the houses. But it is not going to happen because they share interest. So I think the result will be that these banks, such as Deutsche Bank, Commerzbank, BBVA, or BABA Group, will ask for money to the European Central Bank to the 0% or even negative interest, and they will lend that money to Cerberus to maintain in some way the operation, because it's in their own interest, because it's the same interest, the same owner. So I think it's an important clue of this situation. Yes. And but we are going to face there are a lot of things in this situation. Also, the tourism has a strong impact on the Spanish cities, because if you compare the rates of the rents in the Spanish cities, they are not the richest cities of the country. They are the most touristic ones. For instance, the biggest raise is in Palma de Mallorca, which is in the islands of Baleares, and also in the Canary Islands, where there is a lot of unemployment, but the rents have increased by 50%, even as in Barcelona or Madrid. So the tourism has a strong impact, and there is not going to be tourism like Airbnb during this summer. So we'll see a lot of mess, I think, here. And also, the situation of the tenant will be very difficult because of unemployment, very precarious conditions, and the movements are trying to elaborate some strategies to cope with this situation.
Thank you. In many ways, the housing crisis in Berlin and Barcelona are perfect examples of the impact of the dominance of financial markets, institutes, and elites over economic policy. My next question is for Christoph, what are some ideological shifts that are needed to curb the oversized influence of financial markets over socioeconomic outcomes of people around the world, if you can speak to that?
I think ideological shifts is a good way to call what needs to happen. So in the work that we do here in the Berlin housing market, and we try to help people to research their owner, some tenants ask us, like, how does this help me with my apartment? And I often have to tell them, well, maybe I cannot really help your individual case, but your case cannot be solved without changing the system and without an ideological shift. And I think that's what we need. So we need to shift from the neoliberal approach to say we have to please the market. Politics and regulation has to try everything, do everything to attract the shy capital that otherwise is going to rush away to any other opportunity somewhere in the world, to a situation where there's no shortage of capital at all. We have negative interest rates, so people actually give you money to invest. And we have a lot of capital looking for investment and a shortage of good investment. So politicians and politics and societies have to regain the courage to regulate and to tell, okay, capital, you are not the problem. Investments and people are the problem, and we're going to regulate and you're going to invest anyway, but under our conditions, under our society and political conditions, and not yours.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And Manuel, if we speak in more practical terms, what are some political processes that need to change to help achieve that, especially on the ground? And how can more transparency help that? You both spoke about secrecy and transparency as a kind of a solution to uncovering and exposing the predatory practices of our corporate landlords. If you can speak to how we can have better outcomes and better processes on the ground through increased transparency.
I think it's very important to disclose information, because in that way it's so unfair what is going on, that if we manage to disclose this information, I think it will have an impact on the public opinion. So that's the reason that the investment funds or the Bad Bank of Spain is so worried by a small article in a minority web, because I think before the political changes that are completely needed within the scope of the European Union and the national scope also, there is a change of the political opinion. I think we are in that way, in some way. I think we are better than, at least in Spain, than 15 years before, where it was an individualistic approach to housing and to more things. Now, with the spread of rents, of tenants, I think things are changing. And I think it's very important to provide the social movements with good information, with good background, to face the investment funds, the mass media in some ways, and to face the situation. I think it's really important to win this ideological battle, if you want to see it.
Thank you. And perhaps we can talk about also a bit about what Berlin and Barcelona can learn from each other. We both have kind of used the same keywords, and we can connect. We can see that some of the problems repeat themselves in both cities and perhaps globally in most major cities. But maybe you can have a discussion about what is it. You also mentioned like there are some key differences as well. Maybe you can discuss, we can start with you, Christoph, if you can tell us what you think perhaps Berlin can learn from Barcelona activists or experience of Barcelona to advance progressive reforms.
So I think the two cities are very interesting because they face the same problems but at a different stage. So financialization, I would think, is more advanced in Germany, but rents are higher in Barcelona, right? So the prices are growing faster here in Berlin, but the rents are still lower. So I think Barcelona can learn some things from the rent regulation and regulating rental markets that is very strong here in Germany and in Berlin. Not strong enough. We're still struggling with it. And I think the other way around, Berlin can learn how to deal with very high rents and how to deal with all the problems that are ahead of Berlin still when people can't afford to live in the city anymore. I think then we have different the same problems at very different times and good opportunities to learn.
I agree with you. For instance, here, 15 years ago, it was a very individualistic approach to housing. There wasn't public housing, and everyone wanted to contract a mortgage. So after the crisis, things changed. It was a burst in the Spanish mentality, and I think in this generation, in the generation of people who is 20 or 30 years of 40 especially, there are no so opportunities to contract a mortgage. So things are changing. There are trade unions of tenants, very vibrant and with a lot of ideas, I think there is a lot of lively situations, good reports. There are a lot of people researching. So things are changing. And I think Berlin is a very good referent for that. And all the Central European countries have a lot of public housing, because after the Second World War, it was developed the social democracy in a lot of countries with a strong public projects such as Vienna or Amsterdam or France or United Kingdom. But here in Spain it was a dictatorship, so there wasn't any social housing. In that way, it explains the approach of Spanish people to mortgages.
And maybe just to add one more thing, I think what Berlin can definitely and should learn from Barcelona, subsidizing people to own their own house. So that's what the liberals and the conservatives suggest, won't solve the problem, right? You've seen that the rate of ownership is much, much higher in Barcelona, but you still have the same problems, even worse. So just giving people a bit of help to buy their own apartments won't save them from greed. We'll need more communal solutions.
I think also that the negative consequences for the prosperity of the country of Spain, it's a good example on how things shouldn't be done publicly for countries with regulation. The consequences of the regulation are here in just 4 years, 50% of raise increasement, all the money is away from the country without paying any tax. So it's a strong problem from the country for the prosperity of the countries. So I think it's very important to learn that in a negative way, as a negative example of what shouldn't be done. Like the neoliberal approach to housing is a disaster for the society as a whole.
Manuel, recently Spain passed a law or made made an amendment to the law that allowed, that requires that rent contracts are extended from 3 to 5 years, if I remember correctly. Could you speak to that? Could you tell us if you think it's a win for activists or if the problem will persist?
Yeah, I think it's a win. Because it's not it's important the increase from 3 to 5 years or even 7 years if the landlord is an investment fund, and above all, it changed the path of the deregulation of Spain. It changed the complete jungle of housing market, and it's I think it's like a point of entry in the question. And yes, I think it's a win of the movement. There are a lot of people who have fought a lot with diverse results, but they are managing to make changes. And also, it has been developed a new project of social housing in Spain, which is a complete new, between the state and the town halls, and I hope it will work well. So I think yes, it's a victory of the social movement. And there is a lot of pressure in the streets. And I think during the summer, after the COVID situation with the confinement and so on, I think it will be a lot of social struggle with the tenant, because there is, with the confinement, people is meeting. There are a lot of meetings, a lot of activism. So after the confinement, I think it will be a strong movement.
There's also another proposal.
Can I just in Berlin the rent contracts are eternal, right? So it's not 3 or 5 years; it's unlimited. So I guess Barcelona has still a way to go. But even with these unlimited contracts, we still have problems with renovation to get rid of tenants, with claiming your daughter wants to move in to get rid of tenants. So many things to look out for, even if you're moving towards an unlimited rent contract.
True. I think I have one more question for Manuel, because I've read articles where you talk about property transfer tax of 10% as one of the possible solutions to the housing crisis, and you mentioned also in your presentation that one of the key problems is that these investment funds do not have to pay any tax upon entering the country. Can you tell us if you think this proposal has any potential for moving forward, and how it would work?
I think it has a potential, and it could work. It has a potential because it is so unfair that if I'm, as a person, as Manuel Gabarre, if I bought a house, I should have to pay between the 6 and the 10%, depending on the region, the land of the country. And if you are an investment fund, you don't have to pay nothing. It's so unfair. I think it has a political potential, with a left-wing government. So, and it would be very important because these investment funds, they don't want to be landlords. They just want to earn money with commercing with money. So they lend money, they borrow money, and after they lend money, and if there is some problem, some issue, as taxes, it will dissuade them. They will be in some way expelled because they won't see such an opportunity. They look for just the opportunity. Before entering into Spain, Blackstone, Cerberus, Lone Star, they were thinking how to go out from Spain, what to benefit the operation is just 5 years, the normal operation of a fund, and they conceive the operation within 5 years and a strong benefit. So if there is a tax, I think it's a major problem for them, and it would work very well, in fact.
And sorry if I just can share the Berlin perspective on that, because it's exactly the same discussion we have here. We have a transfer tax that is 6% and not 10, and actually everyone in politics, even the conservatives and the liberals on the at the federal level, agree that everyone should pay this tax. But the investment funds don't pay it, and the law that is trying to make investment funds pay and to close the loopholes that they use to avoid it is not getting anywhere, because the tax agencies basically and the government and the administration says we don't actually have a way to know that investment funds are buying real estate, because they don't buy the real estate directly. They buy shares in companies somewhere in the Cayman Islands. And so the government doesn't even realize that the apartment was sold, because the apartment belongs to that Cayman Island company, and just the ownership somewhere far away changed, and the government doesn't even realize that they should levy the tax. And even the listed companies say, we don't know who owns us. The investment funds say, we don't know when our ownership changes, so we can't tell you that actually the owner of the house changed. And I think that's where actually we get back to the problem of transparency, and we don't manage to levy this transaction tax because neither the government nor the investment funds themselves apparently are able to know when ownership changes, because they don't know who owns them.
Thank you,
Now
Christoph.
I think
yes, over to you, Tatiana.
I am just intervening here because it's the moment of the question from the public. But first, I wanted to remember everybody listening to us, as also both Manuel and Christoph were mentioning, that we recorded in these months great video contributors from both of them, and they are available on our website. So if you also want to hear more from their research, you want to go more in depth of what they are speaking about here, you can go on our website. We created a specific page for this that we are also posting on our chat. And there you can look at these video contributes. So the page is on disruptionlab.org/evicted-videos. And there you will find the longer contributes from Christoph and Manuel. And then in the course of this conference, we will also upload the video contributes of all the other people that have been participating. So this is an additional resources that we are giving. But now there are many questions for you. So I'm trying to select them a bit, and I read 4 of them. Also, just for letting you know, we are also publishing them in our chat, so you can also follow them there. So the first question is, why are cooperatives not always the best for the city? This is a question for Christoph. Then there is a question for Manuel. How do you think the consequences of an explosion of the housing bubble would look like, also in terms of affordability and availability of housing? Will this represent a blast or rather an opportunity for the business of opportunistic funds? Then one again for Christoph. What about the so-called renovictions, renovation as excuse to evict tenants? Are they common in Berlin? I would say I know about that because our apartment is also owned by Achelius. They often do that. So maybe you want to say something more, Christoph. And then there is another question for both the speakers. What would be an ideal ownership structure percentage-wise in your opinion? And finally, the last one that I suppose is for Christoph. Can you assess the effect of Mietendeckel on Berlin's housing market? Did it slow down speculation? So these are the questions. And then you are, you can also read them in our internal chat, just a little advice to you if you got a bit lost. Otherwise, I can repeat some, but please, you can start answering. And then, Eka, you can comment with them, and we go on with the discussion until the end.
First
Do you
question was
remember
about
the
cooperatives.
question?
Yes, first
Yes.
question was to Christoph about the cooperatives. Why don't you like them?
So I didn't say I don't like them, and so they are always part of the solution. And if you saw on the slides, they're part of the green area because they don't participate in the speculation. But we had some particular problems with the cooperatives that were fighting very strongly against the Mietendecke here in Berlin, and actually not having the good of the whole city in mind, but mainly the good of themselves and their tenants. And I think that's the central problem. So cooperatives are good because they give people access to housing, to ownership, and they share this ownership among a group of people. But on the other hand, this group of people is always limited. So it's a very strong insider-outsider problem. People inside the cooperative, and very often also just the manager who has very strong control about the corporate or inside the cooperative, they determine what happens and not democratic process. Right, so there's some very democratic cooperatives. There's some that are less democratic, and it's not a problem with cooperatives per se. I really like the idea, and I think very often they're a big and important part of the solution. But my warning is that they might not always be as democratic as they might look from the outside.
Thank you for clarifying. The next question was to Manuel about the possible and potential burst of the housing bubble, what it would look like, and what it would do to the availability and affordability of housing.
I think it's a strong problem for the investment funds, at least in Spain. They have a strong problem because they are in the middle of a lot of operations and they are not going to earn the money they suppose. So I think it's a strong problem. But having said that, since they control the banks and also they can sway the politics of the European Union, you remember Mario Draghi was a politic of Goldman Sachs, they'll manage to strive in this situation. They will obtain a lot of free money with zero or negative interest, and they will survive. Like they survived the former crisis with the Obama aid. This is the case of Cerberus. And I think at this point, I think it's a problem. It could be also an opportunity for other investment funds, but now they are in the middle of the situation, so not so easy for them. One proof or maybe one clue of that is that Cerberus have contracted, they usually contract politics to make their business before doing the business, and they have contracted here in Spain a politics very close to energy. He was a politician which managed the Spanish market of energy. So I think they are moving to more safe investments such as energy, the pay is fixed, to try to give back the money to the pension funds. They are in that kind of strategies because they don't make the investment with their own money usually, maybe just the 10%. The rest of the money came from the banks, the most of them, and from investment funds they have created, so they have to give back the money. So not so easy for them. And with affordability here in Spain, the prices will low, but also the wages. It's quite probable. We will see. There's a lot of issues here with the coronavirus crisis, but I think the prices of the housing market will low for sure here in Spain. The amount I don't know how much, but I think it will low, but also the wages.
Christoph, would you like to add anything to that? If you think coronavirus will have an impact also on the Berlin housing market? To some extent, you already said that you haven't observed any change in the pricing, but perhaps there's anything else on the side of the investment funds.
No, I think something is happening in Berlin, and something is going to change, and something has to change. And going to be very difficult for the researchers, unfortunately, to get very clear signals, because the Corona crisis and the rent cap were basically happening at the same time. So you'll have very much overlapping effect. And if you look at it retrospectively, researchers will have a problem to say what happened because of Corona, what happened because of the rent cap, and what happened because speculation had reached an end and a roadblock anyway. I think we have those three effects coming together, and something that that needs to change in Berlin. And at the moment, simply nothing is happening. Prices, rent prices and house prices just continue as they did. But the explosion is also waiting in Berlin.
You already mentioned that evictions based on the grounds of renovations in Berlin, there's a law that allows landlords to evict tenants or increase prices, or then in a subsequent, if they're unable to pay, increase prices to evict them. The question from the audience relates to the extent of the problem, to how often and how frequent and how common it is this practice.
So let me take this question together with the last one and the final one, because that's actually the roadblock that investors were facing anyway in Berlin. So we come from a very regulated housing market where we have unlimited rent contracts, and where we have very strong, in theory at least, limits to how you can increase the rent. So you cannot, an existing rent contract you can only increase by 5% every year, basically. So it takes very long to get from the very low rents of 3, 4, 5 euros per square meter in Berlin to the level where investors are. Right? So we have very strong regulation, and regulation always triggers avoidance. And renovictions is one way to avoid the regulation of unlimited contracts and low rent increases, rent freezes. And for that, it has been very, very common in Berlin. One of the most typical investment strategy to renovate and to use renovation to increase rents that the current tenants can't afford anymore. And Akelius, Tatiana has mentioned them, is one of the companies that made this their prime business model. So they buy a house with rents of 5 or 6 euros. They bring it to a top class standard, how they would call it, and then rent it for 15 or 20 euros. But to different people, because the people who lived there before can't afford, right? But this sort of strategy has faced the roadblock, so these renovictions are in theory not possible with a Mietendeckel, and even there is a chance that those renovated apartments that you're renting out for 15, 20 euros actually have to go back and cut their rents to the average of 7 or 8. Right? So Akelius is facing the possibility that in September they will have to rent all the fancy apartments that they renovated in the past and are renting for 20 euros and lower the rent to 7 euros or 8 euros, right? So that's the situation we had in Berlin with the Mietendeckel, and that's what we had before Corona, with a lot of potential to change things. At the moment, people just don't follow the rent cap, the Mietendeckel, and just continue renting out 14, 15 euros. Akelius makes parallel contracts. So they give one contract at 7 euro, but says whenever we get rid of this stupid regulation, you'll go back to 20 euros immediately. And all of them are thinking how to get out, right? A lot of the investment funds and the investors made a lot of money from the price increases and the strategies that they used in the past, and they want to cash in and leave. And I think that's the point where we're going to see whether Corona had an effect on that strategies to work, and whether they managed to leave with all the profits that they expect, whether the rents are going to climb to 20 euros to pay for their house, or the prices continue to increase, or they find stupid individuals buying the apartments for high prices. Yeah, that's basically what we're heading to. And nothing of it is visible yet. We'll see.
Let's have Manuel address the next question, which is a very interesting, but also probably a very tough question to answer. If you can discuss an ideal ownership structure in terms of percentages, that would be wise for Spain. Manuel.
I think the main question here is how much money of the percentage of income that people must expend in their housing. For instance, the aim of the Vienna town hall, it was spending the 25%, as much as the 25%, low than this percentage. Here in Spain, it's now very often to spend the 60%, 50%. So I think it doesn't have to do so much with the ownership structure and as the goal do you want to get. In this point, I think it's very important the public housing for me, because it's the best way to control the prices. It has been demonstrated during these last decades that countries with a strong tenant regulation, such as Germany, with a long-term contract, indefinite contract, have in fact a strong raises in the price of rent. On the other hand, in Vienna, it could have been controlled. So I think it's much more effective, the public housing, than any other measure. But for me, it would be the main measure. And I think it would be wise to use some cities, some examples of success, such as Vienna or Amsterdam in some way, to as an objective for the Spanish cities. We don't have to invent nothing. We have just to see what has worked in other countries, in other situations which are similar, big cities, metro, and I think it would be a wise approach to the question. But at least I think 25% of public housing and 25% of rent, at least, would be a wise model.
Maybe
How about you?
if I can contradict a bit, I think the ideal ownership structure is 100% of the land owned publicly, right? So because we don't want any private person to extract artificial rents from the land that the houses is built on, because no one ever worked for that land and no one should have a right to the rents from the land but the public, right? And then the question of what is a good structure of who should manage the houses that are built on that land, with contracts made, like for example, 100-year contracts made with the city or the country with a public land, right? You get a right for 100 years to use this public land. And then we can see it depends very much on your taste. Sometimes actually public housing companies are not the best managers. And then and maybe some private people can be more creative, more flexible. Also, you want some private investors, but always on public land with public conditions, and actually the rent, the land that is extracted from the land should be public. And just to go back to the first question, cooperatives should definitely have a share and a bigger share than they have now. But I think we will still need, even if we have many cooperatives having nice communities, building nice communities in the city, we'll still need some public housing for those that are left out, the foreigners, poor people that are not accepted into those usually somewhat homogeneous insider communities of the cooperative, and that would struggle to find a place and need public housing and public support to cope with life.
I believe one of the keynote speakers, Leilani Farha, will also be talking about these kinds of solutions. I think tomorrow. So I'm also looking forward to hearing how her thoughts kind of differ from yours, or perhaps maybe match.
Yeah, we will be 15 minutes to class.
Can you hear me? I think so.
Yes, there was a little sound disruption.
Sorry, apologies. Tatiana, do we have more questions from the audience?
I'm looking.
No worries if not.
I mean, there was a long question from Manuel. I would say we are basically in time now. We just can finish with this long question. We take it, and then perhaps also yeah, Christoph also could comment and finish, but I would say not more than 2 minutes because we have to be very precise. So for Manuel, there was the assets that were bought by Cerberus from the banks. The banks own those assets as loans. Is it known who those lands belong to before Cerberus brought these assets? Yes, was something bit
Yes.
technical.
Yes, in fact, we have to talk here about the semi-public saving banks of Spain, which were into bankruptcy, have disappeared, and it was the 50% of the financial market. And just 4 banks have inherited all that savings banks, and one of them is the BBVA. And they inherit, in this case, the houses of Caixa Catalunya, the former semi-public saving banks of Catalonia, and that houses came from developers who have also disappeared, and like the main developers, such as, I will say some names, Colonial, for instance. And also it's the same situation with our saving banks, the Bank Sabadell, another bank of Barcelona, and Cerberus. There's a similar operation from 2 billion, financed by Deutsche Bank. It's the same operation both in Barcelona, and that houses came from the operations of the former savings Spanish banks.
Yes, so I would say, Christoph, if you have a last reflection for this panel, then after that I would close it, and we need to have a little break before the next.
Well, I think I don't want to water down my demand that I made as an answer to the last question. So I think the ideal solution actually would be to move towards much more limitation to the private rents that can be extracted from housing, and to make land publicly owned, to create ownership transparency, to create transparency of who owns the cities, to be able to regulate and impose the society's conditions on who can earn money with our houses and our right to housing.
And thank you, Christoph.
I would just add to that.
Yes, say.
I would just add to that luckily we have wonderful researchers and activists like yourself paving the way, and it's been such a pleasure to hear from you, and I'm sure members of the audience appreciated your presentations as well. Best of luck with your future research and activism.
Yes, I also wanted to mention that we will come back with Christoph on Sunday, because we are planning with him a virtual tour around the cities of Berlin from 5 on, in which we will visit different neighborhoods and discuss the anonymous owners, who owns our city, and what we can also do to fight this. And then we will also have a real physical tour with him. We are planning it the 30th of August. Hopefully will all still be possible, just for the people that live in Berlin. Otherwise, for all the other people that don't live in town, but also that are in town and want to listen to the tour, I suggest also to come back with us on Sunday afternoon and with Christoph. And we did a really complex editorial project all together, also filming different areas of Berlin and discussing with him what is concretely happening in our city. So please also remember to come back on Sunday, and remember to watch the videos of the contributes of Christoph and Manuel that are in details about their researches. So you can find them on our website, as we already suggested before. And so I want to thank all of you. Thank you, Eka, for this great moderation and for the collaboration with Transparency International. And also thank you, Christoph, thank you, Manuel. And we will come back all together at 6, speaking about tax havens and corruption between London and Dubai. Thank you very much, and see you in half an hour. Thank you all.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back again to our Evicted by Greed conference on global finance, housing, and resistance. And yeah, thanks for joining us for this second panel of today. And this panel will be about foggy properties and golden sands, money laundering in London and Dubai. And we have as speakers Sam Leon of Global Witness and Karina Shedrofsky of OCCRP. But first of all, I will briefly introduce our moderator for today. So the panel will be moderated by Rima Sghaier. She leads the outreach and localization efforts at the Hermes Center for Transparency and Digital Human Rights. And there she manages and contributes to projects that support NGOs, media, and investigative journalists to create secure whistleblowing platforms. And she has been active in various Tunisian and international human rights NGOs with a focus on youth empowerment, citizen journalism, and the use of technology for social change. And she's also the program manager of the Digital Whistleblowing Fund. And in this fund, investigative journalism groups and human rights organizations can apply to receive financial, operational, and strategic support if they want to start a secure digital whistleblowing initiative. So just to remind you how it works today, so you can participate via the chat, which you can access through our website, and you can post there any comments or questions. And it's great if you can post your questions during the talks, so we will collect them and post them at the end for the Q&A. And also, if you want to introduce yourself in the chat and say something about who you are and why you're interested to join today, that's also really nice. And yeah, a final comment, the video contributions of the panelists that were filmed before today, they're all accessible through a special website that we set up, which we will also share with you in the chat. So you can always go there to watch the background contributions that were filmed beforehand. So handing over to you, Rima.
Thank you, Lika, and thank you so much, the Disruption Lab, for hosting such an important conversation. Today, our panel is about foggy properties and golden sands, money laundering in London and Dubai, with Karina from OCCRP and Sam from Global Witness. And in this panel, we will together investigate and analyze how money laundering, organized crime, and corruption interfere and influence real estate, addressing the context of London and Dubai. Our first speaker is Sam. Sam Leon has worked on numerous campaigns at Global Witness and has pioneered the use of digital investigation techniques since 2016. His work focuses on using public available and leaked data to expose corruption. Recent projects include an investigation into money laundering at the Trump Ocean Club, Panama, and analysis of the corruption risk posed by anonymously owned homes in London, which he will talk about today. And yeah, Sam, I give to you the floor if you would like to tell us more about Global Witness and what you're doing there.
Thanks a lot, Rima, and it's great. It's really great to be here today to make an intervention on such an important topic. I feel one of the most important topics in UK, Europe and worldwide. So, as Rima said, I work for an organisation called Global Witness. We've been going for just over 20 years now. Our work focuses on corruption, human rights abuses, and increasingly environmental destruction and the risk to us all posed by climate change. I head up our digital or data investigations team, so supporting our kind of broad range of investigative journalists and campaigners to work with digital sources, whether or not that's leaked databases or social media information or other publicly available data. But perhaps sort of most importantly about my background, I'm from London and I still live in this city, and it's really, really hard, I think, generally to have a conversation about housing and housing crises and the risks posed by offshore capital without talking about the UK and about London in particular, because London suffers from kind of one of the worst and acute and protracted forms of housing crisis, along with all the sort of all the associated kind of social ailments, such as kind of wealth inequality, homelessness, and in-work poverty. Property in London, as I think everyone's probably familiar, is hugely expensive. Recent research shows that on average, millennials spend about 1/3 of their income on rent, and the price of land itself has risen by over 5 times in the last 25 years, of course, completely outstripping the rate at which incomes have grown. And what are the consequences? Well, we have 3.6 million people living in overcrowded homes here and 400,000 people homeless or at risk of homelessness. And London, the capital of the UK, is being sort of hollowed out by the divisions that this inflicts on those who rent property and those who own property. And of course, this situation is by no means unique to London. And I know across this weekend, many other panelists are going to talk about their specific experience and the local environment they have there. There are many reasons why housing is so expensive in London: lack of social and public housing relative to demand, inflexible rules for development. But one of the major curses, and I think that's sort of at the heart of what we're speaking about this conference, is the treatment of housing as a speculative asset, first and foremost, not as a place for shelter, dignity, and safety, but primarily as a piggy bank, something that year on year accrues value and that incentivizes hoarding. So 1 in 10 British adults now owns more than one home. So for those who can afford to own property, we found like a greater sort of concentration of ownership of property in their hands. And foreign investors are sort of a huge part of this picture too. The annual amount of overseas finance in the UK housing market has risen from over £6 billion per year a decade ago to £32 billion by 2014. And this amounts to 17% of all foreign direct investment in the UK. These trends, which see property as a financial asset and concentrate in a few hands, have entrenched a divide between those who are able to profit from the rise in prices and those who rent, whose incomes are just completely and continuously eroded by rising house prices. And Global Witness has attacked one dimension of this problem, which I think speaks to what the panel are going to be talking about today, and that's the offshore ownership of property. Because many sort of foreign and domestic buyers of property opt not just to own it through a foreign company, but through a foreign company registered in an offshore tax haven, like the British Virgin Islands, where tax rates are rock bottom, often zero, and there's little to no transparency as to who actually controls those companies. And so, of course, offshore ownership of property is a contributor towards inequality. It boosts profits for those lucky enough to own land and limits the effect of domestic tax policy to redistribute profits drawn from speculation around property. According to our recent research, about 87,000 properties are currently held offshore in England and Wales. And we estimate, and this is a really kind of low bar estimate, because many of these properties are part of larger commercial deals and have sort of artificially low prices. And we estimate that's about 100 billion, worth 100 billion pounds. Research commissioned by the London Mayor found that sort of foreign buyers bought sort of 3,600 of London's newly built homes, 28,000 newly built homes between 2014 and 16. And 70% of these were used as kind of rental investments. And until fairly recently, there was a raft of sort of tax loopholes associated with owning property through offshore companies. In the UK, you could reduce your inheritance tax bill, and when you died, you could eliminate capital gains. Eliminate inheritance tax, and you could eliminate capital gains tax. And these loopholes are, of course, typical of the functioning of offshore. It allows those with the means to skirt the laws set by a democratically elected government in order to increase profits and avoid scrutiny. Some of these loopholes are now being closed, but given the number of properties that are still owned by offshore companies, we have to be ever vigilant. And tax evasion is only one part of the problem. If we look at where the ownership of property in England and Wales is really concentrated, it's no surprise that the highest ranking country where these companies are registered is the British Virgin Islands, and it's one of the most secretive places on earth. You can purchase records from their online register only to find the names of so-called nominees, the problem that plagues investigative journalists around the world when they're trying to get to the bottom of who owns a company. And these nominees are usually employed by company service providers to act on behalf of the real owners. And those who own land or property this way, cannot, say, via an anonymous company in the British Virgin Islands, it's very difficult to hold them to account, given these could be landlords or freeholders making large profits and ultimately with control over someone's home. This is a particularly grim situation. And most importantly, and on top of this, this enables the proceeds of crime and corruption to flow into the UK market largely unchecked. And Global Witness has done a series of investigations around this, looking at where the proceeds of corruption have been used to buy property and has been implicated in money laundering. So we've done this work alongside other partners from groups who will be making contributions this weekend: Transparency International, Finance Uncovered, and of course Rima's Karina's organisation OCCRP. And we've exposed how offshore secrecy has allowed the corrupt to use the London property market. So, for instance, in 2015, we uncovered that big chunks of Baker Street, home to London's famous Sherlock Holmes, were owned by a mysterious figure with close ties to a former Kazakh secret police chief accused of murder and money laundering. In 2018, the National Crime Agency unmasked, just as another example, Zamira Hajeva, the wife of a Naziri banker jailed for defrauding his country's state-owned bank out of hundreds of millions. And this was done again by companies based in the British Crown dependencies, one of the British Crown dependencies called Guernsey, and also the British Virgin Islands again was implicated. And Hajeva had purchased an £11.5 million 5-bedroom property in Knightsbridge, one of the areas where we see really, really high density and concentration of anonymously owned property. So I'm going to quickly move on to what are the prospects for change in terms of thinking about how we can tackle this issue of anonymously owned property that enables so many of these ills that drive the housing crisis in UK and London. We've really focused primarily on transparency. So corporate secrecy is the key ingredient here. And we need reliable public data on the real owners of property and the beneficial owners of companies that hold property. And the critical thing is that this data be made public. It's not good enough for it to be available to law enforcement or to as those who oppose greater levels of corporate transparency often propose. The issue of money laundering in the property market was put on the map by anti-corruption campaigners like OCCRP, like Transparency International, and investigative journalists. It exposed an area of fundamental systemic weakness that in some sense the current mechanisms of law enforcement and so forth are not really capable of putting on the map effectively. And we've had some success. The good news is that for this incoming government, the government that we have now has promised to introduce this register of public register of who controls companies. And although, of course, with COVID-19, we're going to have to see how that impacts the legislative agenda, we have been able to push this forward substantially. But given the complexity of the kind of dynamics around what is the cause of London and the UK's fundamental sort of housing crisis, this is only going to be one part of the picture. So I'm out of time now, so I'm going to,
Thank you, Sam. You actually just started mentioning, you presented how speculative finance drives the global and local housing crisis in the UK. And I would like to ask you, how is the global money laundering influencing real estate in the UK to the point of evicting real people from their homes, and a more insider point of view, especially also during COVID-19, if you want to tell us more about that?
Yeah, thanks. I think it's difficult to tell just given how murky the information is on this. But we know, for instance, from Donald Toon, who's the head of the National Crime Agency, he's remarked that prices are being artificially driven up by criminals who want to sequester their funds in the UK. It's quite interesting that when there were more stringent anti-money laundering checks introduced for real estate agents in the UK, there's a good article in the Financial Times that talks about someone from the industry reporting that the value for high-end property started to fall. So you have to sort of wonder where was this sort of demand in the first place coming from that was sort of keeping the prices high. And that, of course, rises in price of rent in particular is one of the things that sort of drives homelessness, or the primary driver. And we have seen that this has been exacerbated and made worse in the COVID-19 crisis, given that jobs in the service industry and elsewhere have dried up so quickly. And we know that a vast amount of non-UK capital is used to speculate on property. And then some portion of this obviously will be kind of the illicit finance that we were talking about before, that's channeled through secrecy jurisdictions. And anecdotally, we know, of course, we're building up a sort of ever greater number of case studies amongst us of just quite how much property, particularly in the kind of high-end posh areas of London, are owned by kleptocrats and criminals of all description. But it's very, very difficult to get very robust sort of statistics on exactly sort of what is the cause and effect here, given the fact that information is sort of so scarce on who the real owners of these properties are. We know that there's a sort of huge appetite from the public to sort of find this out. And one of the things that Global Witness has done is sort of launched tools that in the past that you can look up how many anonymously owned properties there are in your area, which have been kind of very popular, and we've seen really good responses to that. So it's again a question that to really address, we need better quality information.
Thank you, Sam. And for someone who is not really familiar with the UK law and UK legal framework, how would you summarize how offshore companies and their real owners exploit the loopholes in the UK law to increase profit and avoid scrutiny?
So I think, here most of the loopholes that are relevant kind of all relate to sort of anonymity, and the anonymity that can be afforded by wrapping your ownership of an asset in an offshore company where it's very difficult to find out who's behind it. But there are other kind of loopholes that are relevant for sort of profiteering, although some of them have fortunately started to become closed. So the ones I was referring to about foreign-owned property formerly was not taxed at the same rate as that just property owned by individual or domestic companies. So you could avoid capital gains tax, for instance, which, given the price at which property prices rise in the UK, is huge. I think one of the key things is that you can just generally avoid scrutiny. So one of Global Witness's investigations from last year showed that one of the biggest offshore owners of land were basically trapping, and I think they owned, I can't remember the figure, it was sort of 35,000 properties, I believe, up and down the country. They was trapping people in really unfair rental contracts that were doubling, and it was very, very difficult for people who wanted recourse to the law to ascertain who they needed to follow up with. These companies were kind of just shell companies, really, like with very limited presence in the UK. So it was almost impossible to kind of hold them to account when people feel like they'd been done wrong. And then the third thing, of course, is just the anonymity that can allow sort of dirty money. If you're really bent on, if you've for instance acquired most of your money through stealing things from the state coffers of another country, you can then the best way of doing that is to sort of use the anonymity afforded by the offshore system, and you can try and use that to evade the anti-money laundering checks that are in place with the state agents, because it's just so hard to ascertain who really is the true owner of a given company.
Thank you, Sam. And you already touched on this regarding the public registers in the UK, and we know that Global Witness advocates for more transparency worldwide when it comes to company ownership through open company registers. But on a practical level, and as you mentioned, the implementation of such registers proved to have many flaws, especially when it comes to the data quality. How would you summarize the main flaws of the UK's company register?
Yeah, so it's a question we get asked a lot because I think everyone's been sort of slamming firstly, the UK is a great place to launder money because of I think it's like lightly regulated, but you have this sort of supposedly kind of emanates this notion of being like reputable and so forth, but actually we have some really kind of opaque types of partnerships and companies that we constantly see cropping up in investigations. Scottish limited partnerships being a really good example of that, sort of real money laundering vehicles. But I would like to just caveat with what I'm going to say about the problems with the UK register with the fact that at least the UK has actually an open register. And all the problems that we've identified with it, which have been written extensively about in the media and by ourselves, are only visible because we can see them, right? And we know for a fact that kind of closed registers are a disaster when it comes to accountability. Without the pressure and scrutiny from civil society, bad data will just be left in place and no one will know about it. And fundamentally, it reduces the incentives for companies to file good quality data if they know they won't be called out in public for it. It's much less expensive to lie in private than it is in public. That being said, we have found a number of issues. So the first one really, and the kind of primary one, is that the body, and I think this is quite common in lots of countries, the body that's responsible for collecting data on companies does not really have the mandate or the resources to do the requisite verification and to investigate those companies and individuals who are likely using companies for foul play. There is a sort of consultation process going on now that the Global Witness isn't fed into, but I think the key thing here really is that the company register is simply just receiving data, self-reported data, and going, okay, that's fine. And we found instances in our reporting and our analysis of the data where, statements are just obviously false. People, 1-year-old children owning sort of 100 companies, or, people who haven't been born yet owning companies. And, in the first instance, at least, there was not this basic level of validation. Things are improving somewhat. Another issue that we found, and I'm sure, Karina can attest to this as well, is sort of lack of identifying information about individuals. So, it's very difficult to sort of know that this John Smith is the subject of your investigation, and it makes analysis quite difficult. And of course, there's a balance around kind of privacy to be made, but I think I feel quite strongly that if you own a company and are afforded the sort of right of or the privilege of limited liability and the legal personhood of that company, it does come at a cost to your privacy, that you need to be identifiable because of the possibility of misusing that company and the advantages it confers on you. So that is one of the sort of pressure points and difficulties in sort of really using the information, is lack of identifying information. We have a bit of it in the UK, so we have month and year of birth that you can see, but in looking, we haven't just worked in the UK on beneficial ownership, currently doing quite a lot of work at the moment in Myanmar on beneficial ownership, and lack of identifying information is a really critical point that needs to be embedded in any public register of this kind if it's to be successful.
Thank you so much, Sam. And we now move to our next speaker, Karina Shedrofsky, who is the head of OCCRP research team and has worked with a network of journalists to trace people, companies, and assets across the globe. Since joining Investigative Dashboard in 2017, Karina has contributed to reach a number of OCCRP projects, including the Paradise Papers and the Daphne project, where she helped uncover the secret property holdings of Azerbaijan ruling family. She led the Dubai's Golden Sands project, a cross-border investigation into a leaked property database that revealed how wealthy people from around the world take advantage of the United Arab Emirates secrecy. And today, Karina would like to tell us more about the Golden Sands project and the whole findings of your investigations. Thank you.
Sure. Hi. Thank you for that intro. So I'm the head of the research team at OCCRP. Just to give a quick little background on what OCCRP is, we're an investigative journalism platform for a network of media outlets and journalists around the world. So in addition to cross-border collaborations with our partners, we also provide our member centers with a range of resources and tools, including digital and physical security, a global archive of research material for investigative reporting, which is called ALIF, and research support, which is what my team does. And as Rima said, we provide support for journalists within our network to track down people, companies, and assets for their investigations. So in addition to my role of leading this team of researchers from 6 different countries around the world, I led this Dubai's Golden Sands project, which was a cross-border investigation that took a look at this leaked property database from Dubai and used it to really tell the story of the Emirate as the safe haven for money laundering and corruption. This story is a really good example of, how we use our network of journalists around the world to tell a story that can resonate globally. I'm just going to use these 10 minutes to kind of explain to you what we did and what we found. First, I think I should start with, kind of how we embarked on this in the first place. We do a lot of reporting on organized crime and corruption. And, what we found was that a lot of major corruption scandals linked to Dubai. So we really set out to kind of understand what it is about Dubai that makes it so appealing to all of these players and what makes it so easy to exploit. And what we found is that it's a combination of quite a few things, and I'm just going to quickly run through them. One, it's that the gold markets there, it's basically the easiest place in the world to move gold with essentially no questions asked about the origin. It's a major trade and remittance hub, and there are systems in place there that allow traders to move money with very little regulation. Number 3 is that there are more than 20 free zones in Dubai that basically exist with these incentives to attract international investment. Some of these incentives are 100% foreign ownership, there's tax exemption, and there's really loose regulations. 4, it's the ease of obtaining visas, specifically this property investment visa, where basically if you make an investment in Dubai property for about $300,000 US, it'll buy you this residency visa. And with this visa comes access to banking services and corporate vehicles in Dubai, all which provide secrecy that a lot of people are after. And then there's, of course, the real estate market. People aren't only flocking to Dubai to live there, but they're also purchasing property as a good investment. The real estate sector in general is a major contributor to the economic growth in Dubai and the UAE as, the country of the UAE. As of 2016, the construction and real estate sectors contributed to 20% of the country's GDP. And when we wrote the story, more than half of the investors in property were foreigners. So basically, the authorities there are trying to create these incentives to attract foreigners and make more people invest. And what these incentives actually make it vulnerable to money laundering. With our reporting, what we found is that purchasing property is a really simple process. There are really no questions asked about the origins of your money. There are very few rules and regulations in place. They basically just care if you can pay for the property. And we actually found that agents prefer that you pay for your property with cash. Both of these are right off the bat make it really vulnerable. We actually even found an example. A real estate agent told us that his organization blatantly participated in money laundering. And the way that this worked was someone walked in to purchase property with a bag of cash and, purchased this property, and then a few days later canceled the transaction. And that money was refunded to him through a bank, which essentially cleans the money. And some of the some of that money was paid in commission to the real estate agent and the company overall. So kind of everyone won. There's also in Dubai kind of been more of a crackdown on money laundering into other financial markets, but there's still been very few curbs on money laundering in real estate. This issue was highlighted in the Financial Action Task Force's report that recently came out at the end of April. And the report overall just claimed that there's a lot of work to do in the UAE when it comes to combating money laundering and terrorist financing. But they actually, highlighted the real estate sector. And what they said was that while there are more suspicious transaction reports coming out of other sectors like the money transfer services and the banking sector, there's still very few coming out of the real estate sector and the precious minerals and stones trade. And these are two really important and high risk sectors that they would expect more reports coming out of. And basically this lack of reports really limits the information that's available for authorities who are actually investigating money laundering and terrorist financing. And then there's just the last thing that makes this sector so appealing is the penchant for secrecy in Dubai. There's no public land registry to check who owns property there. And that's why this leak of information that we got was so important and so interesting. And what this leak was a collection of property and residency data that was compiled by real estate professionals between 2014 and 2016. Like I said, there is no official registry where this information is being held. So this is kind of the next best thing. These are the names. There were 54,000 addresses, the names of 129,000 owners and renters, previous and present, current at the time that we got the leak. And they're from 181 different countries. And, this data was kind of organized in a messy way, but what it included was the property code, so the specific property in question, the name of the owner or the renter, some sort of contact information, and in most cases, their nationality, what country they came from. And what we did with this information was we used it to organize the data in a different way. So we took these nationalities and these countries and split up the data into country-specific spreadsheets and distributed it to our partners around the world. And the reason we did this was we figured that, people recognize interesting players most from their own countries. And we also had this other list of people who didn't have their nationality listed. So what we did was we took that list and cross-referenced it against some interesting data sets that we have in Aleph, that platform, that investigative data platform that I mentioned earlier. And some of these data sets include sanctions lists, PEPs lists, Interpol's most wanted list, etc. And what we ended up with was a list of 500 names of potentially interesting people. And kind of how Sam was talking about confirming the identity of people. This was extremely difficult in this case as well, as you can imagine. So what we did was we had to then use the little bit of information in this data to confirm the identities. We made phone calls, we sent emails, and we ended up with a list of a little over 100 people, organized criminals, sanctioned individuals, and politicians that basically prove the open secret that this lack of transparency, light regulations, and seeming disinterest in the origins of money that end up in Dubai make it a really attractive place for people who want to hide their money. Some of the names included, like I said, criminals like Othman al-Baluti, who allegedly runs a cocaine import business from the Belgian port of Antwerp, and politicians like the Azeri royal family, ruling family, and a lot of sanctioned individuals who would typically have a lot of trouble purchasing property in other markets. And all of this was published as an interactive map where you could see kind of who owns property, where their property is, and a short description of kind of who they are and why we thought that they were interesting. In addition to that map, we also published some stories that kind of went into more detail about the specific properties and the specific players that we found to be, most interesting. One of these stories came from our partners at HETK in Armenia, where they exposed a number of Armenian government officials who owned property in Dubai, and the value of that property seemed to be kind of at odds with their positions and their known salaries. And after they published that story, prosecutors actually launched a criminal case against one of the officials that was the subject of their story. And the case was for reporting false information and hiding data subject to declaration. And just the last thing that I kind of wanted to finish on was another piece of impact that came out of our partnership with Transparency International, the Global Anti-Corruption Consortium. This partnership exists with the purpose of combining investigative journalism with civil society engagement to kind of get the most impact out of our work. And after we published the Dubai's Golden Sand project, TI came out with a number of recommendations for the UAE government to clean up its real estate sector. And just the one that I wanted to highlight and end on, which goes off of everything that Sam was talking about, which is just the importance of open land and beneficial ownership registries. Had we known the names, had these names been public, I don't think people would have been so quick to flock to Dubai to purchase this land in the first place. And we kind of got lucky that because this registry wasn't public, people weren't using shell companies from secrecy jurisdictions to purchase this land. They actually put their real names there. So in this case, because this information was leaked to us, we were able to actually see the true owners. But with a beneficial ownership registry and open land registry, kind of the risk of money laundering through real estate in Dubai would be significantly decreased.
Thank you so much, Karina, and I highly recommend to check out the Dubai's Golden Sands website. And as you mentioned, Karina, it's organized through an interactive map where you can see the properties. There is the list of profiles and the stories, and I personally find it one of the most usable ways to read the findings of your investigation. The project, Dubai's Golden Sands, is another time where we see how data leaking and whistleblowing are vitals, or sometimes the only way to expose corruption worldwide. How does OCCRP facilitate whistleblowers and sources in sharing information in a secure and anonymous way?
Yeah, so believe it or not, this is just more about trust than it is about the technology that we use. Most of the leaks that we get for the investigations that we do actually come from people approaching reporters on the ground that they've built trust with and actually handing them a hard drive of data. We do have the technical tools in place. We have Secure Drop, something called Secure Drop. We all use encryption. We all use Signal to communicate with each other. We encrypt our emails. But you have to be a fairly technical source to be able to use Secure Drop. It's not that user-friendly. And we also found that it's not so great when it comes to large amounts of data, which is what we typically get. So, we rely mostly on kind of boots on the ground, people sharing data person to person. And, if you're worried about an organization like the NSA, Secure Drop should be your go-to because it's completely anonymous. When you put data there, it's completely anonymous. But in our case, most of the sources are more worried about local organized crime gangs or local governments. So, we encourage them to get burner phones, to use Signal for communication and kind of communicate with us that way. And the other way that we'll get data, which was the case for this Dubai's Golden Sands project, is through trusted partners, whether it's TI or in this case, it was C4ADS in DC. And they were the ones who actually obtained this leaked database and knew that we had this network of journalists around the world that would actually be able to use it properly. So they trusted us and passed on the data to us that way.
Thank you, Karina. And your investigation exposed numerous cases of money laundering in Dubai, including as you mentioned, the president of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev, and his family. First, did the government of Dubai say anything about this after having published the findings of your investigation? And also you mentioned the recommendation by Transparency International. And have any individuals or companies been charged with money laundering?
No. No. So, first, in this specific instance, with the ruling family of Azerbaijan, there was no specific reaction here, and I think that's mostly because it's really no secret. The ruling family of Azerbaijan owns property and yachts all over the world. So this exposing and kind of confirming what everyone already knew didn't have so much of a reaction in Azerbaijan. And then, of course, in terms of the government of Dubai, when we were publishing this story, we gave them the right to reply before we published. And what I received from the Director General of the Dubai Land Department was basically just a Word document outlining their anti-money laundering approach. It used a lot of jargon and a lot of names of different laws that they've kind of been implementing and applying. But what we've seen time and time again from our reporting is just that these laws may be on the books, but they aren't actually being implemented properly at all. And that Financial Action Task Force report that I had mentioned earlier is kind of really reflective of that, right? And I think that something ironic to mention at the end, from the end of this Word document that I received from the Director General of the Dubai Land Department was he ended it with, the department has absolute control over real estate professionals, including real estate agents and developers. And I thought this was kind of an interesting topic throughout the time that we were doing this investigation, because Dubai is this absolute monarchy that runs the emirate like a business, right? The ruling family runs it like a business. And they have control over every single aspect of the economy. So, while they can't really claim that they don't know that this money laundering is going on, right? They have all of this supervision, and they can't really claim that they don't know that this money laundering is happening. And what we found after speaking to experts is that it's really in their interest to keep Dubai this way, because Dubai really wouldn't be as developed as it is right now if it didn't allow this illicit money to end up there.
Thank you, Karina. And back to the case of the Azeri ruling family, I wanted to mention that a case from Tunisia, when WikiLeaks occurred and information about the crimes of the Ben Ali regime, which is the dictatorship that took place in Tunisia for 24 years before the Tunisian Revolution in 2011, having that information diffused and exposed through local media in Tunisia actually helped and contributed to raise, to know more about what's happening in the country. And maybe if Tunisia knew about the corruption of the regime, they didn't really have proof. So having harder proof had such an impact on the Tunisian population. How is it in the case of Aliyev? Are you aware of how the story reached the Azeri investigative media and citizens, especially considering how Azerbaijan's shocking record on free expression?
Yeah, this is an issue that we face all the time. We're pretty regularly publishing content in countries that censor us specifically for the content that we publish. This is the case in Azerbaijan. Our site is completely blocked. And also in countries like Venezuela, where we're kind of intermittently censored. And we have a few ways around this to make sure that the stories get to the people that need to hear it the most. One way is that we make sure that all the content is on the Wayback Machine, which is this website that kind of archives websites, so people can access it that way. And also for the case of Azerbaijan specifically, our member center there is Meydan TV, and they have this really technical way to mirror their site So what they do is they pretty much just whip up a bit.ly link that they then share on Facebook. And that allows people in the country to access the content that way. Another thing is, we just recently published another investigation from Azerbaijan that included a pretty lengthy documentary that really, went through the details of the investigation, and we put it on YouTube, and, YouTube isn't blocked in Azerbaijan. So that's a few ways to really reach the public. There are a few other technical things that, activists and more technical journalists can use, such as Tor and Onion service, and we make all of these things available, and also using VPNs. But, the biggest thing is that when we do come out with the story, especially one that's going to be of interest to people in these countries where our site is blocked, we do a big push on social media around all of the options that people have to read the stories. So all of these things that I just explained, we kind of do a campaign around making sure that the people who need to hear it the most can.
Thank you, Karina. I wanted in the next 10 minutes give you the floor if you would like to interact with each other's statements, or else if you would like to talk about how the tools and the resources that you would recommend for projects that would like to use publicly available or leaked data to expose corruption.
So I mean, I'd love to ask a couple of questions. So, Karina, I mean, clearly this sort of Dubai Golden Sands investigation was a massive success in terms of being a kind of cross-border investigative collaboration, and it was built around, as you said, a leaked data set that you then kind of needed to like divvy up and make the most of sort of local expertise. Can you pass off any other kind of tips for these type of collaborations, because they must involve a sort of huge amount of kind of bureaucratic complexity and kind of different concerns around security for people involved, and then sort of managing to synthesize this into kind of like one single narrative must have been very difficult.
Totally. And, this was my first time managing such a large cross-border project like this. So I really learned a lot as I was going through. And there's a lot of things I probably would have done differently had I done it again a few years later. One thing that's key is, getting all the information to all the, participants right from the beginning. I think that ICIJ does a really good job at this, where they'll have like a kickoff meeting and really get down into the nitty-gritty with every single detail, with every single person participating, so that everyone's on the same page right off the bat. I found that a lot of times with this project, I would, think that something was maybe straightforward because it was in my mind, and, maybe it wasn't. So then I kept having to go back and forth between people. And that ended up proving, it ended up wasting a lot of everyone's time. But, we do a lot of cross-border investigations like this at OCCRP, as you know, so we do have tools in place that do make this easier. One major thing is our wiki, where basically everyone who's participating puts information in this Wikipedia-style website that everyone has access to. So the idea is like to make sure that you maintain this information sharing from the beginning to end. Yeah. And we have some cool tools like that make that easier.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, because I think it's really fascinating that, in the wake of the work that you guys have done, but also that ICIJ has done, that this sort of collaborative model of journalism is becoming a lot more common. But in some ways, it seems to me to sort of, and you still feel this occasion on collaborations, that it runs up against some of the culture of being a journalist in some respects, that you kind of want to monopolize the scoop. And now you're asking people to kind of put things up on a wiki like that are just leads that, how have you faced some of that in terms of this notion of sort of fostering trust amongst a sort of fairly disparate group of journalists who might be that way inclined?
Totally. And, I started my journalism career at OCCRP. So I've been, used to this style of information sharing from the beginning. And then when people come in to start collaborating with us from different types of organizations that, maybe some more traditional news organizations, they're kind of like, whoa, this is, this doesn't feel natural. So I think that, the biggest, and I'm always kind of surprised at other people's hesitancy to then go and, share this information, because we really do have this culture at OCCRP of, collaboration and sharing. And I think that what makes this the easiest is our kind of network of member centers. We have about 50 member centers around the world that we really are, there to kind of support each other all the time. So, like I said, we have this research desk where journalists from these member centers can come to us, and we're providing like hands-on support for their investigations. And so then if I'm faced with an issue where I need company documents out of Nigeria and someone has to go in person, I'm able to now go to our colleague in Nigeria who will help me out. So I think that it's this, what we get used to is like constantly collaborating, and it's kind of this favor sharing in a way where we help you sometimes, you help us. And I think that it creates this culture of, trust, and also, people wanting to give to each other because they've maybe received.
Yeah. No, I mean, I see that because it feels to me the sort of whole notion of investigating money laundering in the property market, whichever city you take in the world, whether or not it's New York, is always going to require that sort of, it's a sort of typical kind of cross-border problem. And so thinking about sort of ways of groups, and maybe perhaps in the audience doing this as well. But I mean, I was kind of fascinated by the example that you gave of someone coming in with bags of cash to buy a property and then subsequently just basically asking for a refund. Did the investigation that you do sort of dig into the sort of financial institutions that were basically taking these funds and also asking no questions in this sort of fairly Wild West environment?
We did not. We kind of just wanted to use this, leak of property to kind of just show and tell the story, right? I think there's a lot more work. And one thing I kind of didn't emphasize that I think I really should have is that just because someone owns property there we're not actually accusing them right off the bat of any wrongdoing. They could own it with completely legitimate money. So the idea was the story was really twofold. It's like, one, who are the types of people that go to Dubai? And what we found was that it was a number of sanctioned individuals and politicians who maybe shouldn't have been able to afford it, or sanctioned individuals who maybe wouldn't be able to purchase land anywhere else. And then the second fold was kind of, what is it about Dubai that makes it so appealing? Because maybe they were laundering money, but we can't really accuse someone of wrongdoing just by having their name, just by proving that they owned property there. So yeah, we really mostly focused on kind of the people and then the overall story of Dubai without actually digging so much into the institutions there. But I think that there's definitely a lot of work to be done in that front. But, like you were talking about getting information out of the UK and how it's open, like we sometimes are faced with issues of trying to get company information out of Dubai, and it's nearly impossible. It is not public at all. And you have to there's some companies there that basically have some monopoly on access to these registries of companies in the UAE. And you have to pay them like £700 to get them to go to the registry and, get this information for you. So, while there is a lot of work to be done, it's really, really difficult because of how opaque it is.
Thank you both. Your investigation, Karina, with OCCRP showed how Dubai is at the heart of global organized crime, with a recipe that includes one of the most secretive legislations and banking systems, lack of transparency, free port and gold markets with deliberate laissez-faire policies, all under the oppressive rule of Al Maktoum royal family. Aside from media exposures, how how are initiatives like the Global Anti-Corruption Consortium working towards global accountability? And I would like also to ask the same question to Sam for how is the role of a global witness and how global witness interacts with other stakeholders together towards guaranteeing global accountability.
Should I go first? Yeah. So, the Global Anti-Corruption Consortium, basically, the purpose of it is to connect Transparency International chapters with investigative reporters. But as journalists, we our goal and our role is to just put the information out there. Our aim at OCCRP is to really just unearth the information and make it publicly available. We're not lobbyists, but we rely on organizations like TI and their chapters and other follow the money NGOs to then take our information and use it to, they package our findings, demand change, and even then engage law enforcement in whatever the subject is. And in practice, how this works is that when we have an investigation that's coming up about corruption in a country that we think is relevant for a TI chapter, we'll discuss it with them pre-publication and give them some time to get prepared, to plan and strategize so that they can kind of use the momentum from our story for their advocacy. But all this time, we kind of make sure that we stay in our lane and we're careful to stick to the journalistic ethics that we, believe in. And we only give them access to the key bits of information. We're not going to share the source data or any leaked data. It's really just that those key bits of information that they'll need in order to plan this advocacy in advance. And this relationship really works the other way too. If a TI chapter has information that they think that we would find useful for an investigation, they'll also share that data with us and we'll use it that way. One really just quickly a cool example of what came out of what came out of GAC, what we call it, the Global Anti-Corruption Consortium, is from the Azerbaijani laundromat, which was in 2017, we exposed a $2.9 billion money laundering operation and slush fund, which was run by Azerbaijan's ruling elite. And what we found was that they used this money to influence European politicians, representatives of international organizations, and even journalists. And in one specific case, delegates of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe were among the recipients of the money, and we found that they took this money and then started speaking positively about Azerbaijan, etc. And after we published the story, TI did a number of things. One, they rallied the public they rallied public pressure for an independent investigation into these allegations of corruption at pace. So they asked people to sign and send letters to their political representatives at the Council of Europe calling for this investigation. And there was actually a recent success that came out of TI's advocacy. Authorities in Germany actually recently launched investigations into PACE members that were allegedly receiving these bribes a year after TI's chapter in Germany formally submitted a criminal complaint based on our Azerbaijani laundromat story. So that's kind of how that relationship works.
So yeah, from sort of my side in terms of how Global Witness works, I suppose we sit somewhere further along the sort of spectrum than OCCRP, in that we are explicitly a kind of like advocacy organisation, and we do a lot of advocacy, but we also do our own original research and much like Karina is saying, we sort of have very rigorous kind of internal standards around editorial control and fact checking and so forth to make sure that our research is of the highest quality. I could just say a few words about, I suppose, our advocacy, and I think actually some of our advocacy around beneficial ownership has been a good example of kind of a global effort to sort of work in tandem in order to develop a standard and influence the agenda in different countries, not just limited to the UK. So we work as part of the Open Ownership Partnership, which is a group dedicated to sort of building a beneficial ownership data standard. a corresponding sort of open data register, and brings together a number of groups working in this area. For over, I think, 10 years now, we've worked as a sort of core member of the Publish What You Pay coalition, where this focuses very much on transparency, but this time around transparency around payments extractives companies are making to governments, sort of a common site of bribery, and a particularly important issue given Global Witness's record of doing research into corruption in the oil, gas and mining industries. And this is made up of a huge number of civil society organizations around the world working on this sort of like common agenda that we sort of attempt to drive forward.
Thank you, Sam. And I would like now to pass the floor to Lieke from Disruption Network Lab, who would be bringing you the questions from the audience.
All right, thank you, Rima. So yeah, we had a number of questions from the chat. So the way we do it is I will read out 3 of the questions all together, and then you can pick them and answer them, each of you. So first of all, there's a question for Sam. Who are the company registers that are responsible for investigating companies? And are they federally owned? And if so, are there governmental policies being put in place to remedy this that you know of? I guess remedy this meaning the anonymity and the lack of transparency. Then also another question for Sam. So in the beginning, you mentioned a lot of numbers. You cited things from reports. And could you say something about where people can find more information on these? And then a question for Karina. If the corruption in Dubai is connected with the globalization of organized crime and corruption, do you know other countries that work under a similar model? So handing over to you.
Yeah, great. So on the first question, so who are the company registers responsible for investigating? So they're not really responsible for investigating anyone, and at present they don't have the kind of mandate to do sort of the type of investigations we're talking about here into sort of money laundering and so forth. I believe that would be sort of the National Crime Agency. Whether or not, so it's called Companies House in the UK. This is the sort of register, and the register of land ownership is the Land Registry. They're sort of a peculiar situation, I believe. Companies House is government owned. The Land Registry until fairly recently was what was called a trading fund. So there was sort of an expectation that it had to return or at least cover its costs by government, and that actually provided incentives for it to sort of charge rather large amounts of money for the data that they were providing, which was kind of, in our opinion, against the public interest. That does look like that status of being a trading fund has now been removed. So we're optimistic that maybe some more of the data that they publish, which is critical for doing the type of research we're talking about here, will be available. And in terms of governmental policy shifting, I think the most substantial one has been the introduction of the sort of UK's beneficial ownership register. And as we were talking about before, so that compels companies, they're legally mandated, they're legally required now to maintain a register of beneficial owners and update the centralized record within a matter of weeks of any changes, and that data is available via a accessible web interface and also available as bulk data for journalists who want to sort of, or academics who want to make more use of it. In terms of reform at the Land Registry, as I said, it's no longer a trading fund. We're hopeful that this will mean that there will be more freely available data. They do publish data on price paid, and they actually now have a very useful data set for people who are interested in looking more into the UK situation that's freely available of all properties owned by overseas companies. And we're hopeful that, of course, in due course and over the next parliament, not the next parliament, but this current government, that the property register will be introduced, which will actually be a beneficial ownership of the register of foreign companies that own property in England and Wales. In terms of the second question, so I'm just going to remind myself of what that was.
It was about the numbers, like where they could find them.
About the numbers. Sure. So I will. They're all sort of wrapped up in various different kind of bits of reports and research that we've done. I'll put out. I can sort of tweet after this session the sort of links. But yeah, the globalwitness.org site is where to go. I'm sure if you search that for anonymous property, you'll be able to get the kind of the reports and the investigations that I was referring to around Baker Street and Kazak, former chief of police.
Thank you, Sam. After you, Karina.
Okay, so yeah, so the question was if the corruption in Dubai is connected with the globalization of organized crime and corruption, are there any other countries that work under a similar model? You know, what I mean by Dubai being connected to this globalization of organized crime and corruption is that these players, these people who are hiding their illicit money, or these organized criminals who are engaging in illegal acts, are able to go to Dubai to hide that money, continue to do business. And it's basically the ease of doing this business and the ease of doing it secretly that attracts them to Dubai. And since this is people coming from all over the world, that's what I really mean by the globalization, right? It's bringing people from all over the world together and allowing them to function in this environment. Basically, any place in the world that offers the secrecy is going to be contributing to that as well. The UK, as Sam's been talking about a lot, is one of those places. If I can purchase property in the UK anonymously and I have a legal money that I need to park somewhere, no matter where in the world I'm from, that makes the UK kind of a player in this whole story. And all of these offshore jurisdictions, like all of these places that keep coming up in our investigations and in our corruption stories, like BVI, even Cyprus, all these places that kind of allow people to hide their ownership are places that contribute to this globalization of organized crime and corruption, that no matter where in the world you're from, you could hide your money elsewhere and, you know, trade elsewhere and trade secretly. So yeah, I think that Dubai is attractive because it is kind of what I call it, like this one-stop shop, where, you know, in some places, maybe you can only purchase property secretly. In some places, maybe you can keep your money in a company so you can avoid taxes. But Dubai seems to really have all of it, right? You can trade, you can register companies, you could purchase property secretly. So I think that Dubai is this place that's maybe not unique, but from what I found through investigations that I've, you know, helped on and worked on, that it really just has it all, which I haven't seen in too many other places.
Thank you, Karina. Go ahead, Talika.
So, yeah, we have two more questions from our chat since we have a bit more time, so we can have a bit more audience questions. So this is a question for both Sam and Karina. Is the popular media disseminating the information from your investigations, or are there other infrastructures in place to encourage this? And then a question specifically to Sam, but I guess maybe also Karina, would she like to share her opinion on this? Speaking about collaboration and sharing, would you imagine to make cross-investigations with other organizations related to the topic of organized crime and corruption and real estate? And which data would the investigation at Global Witness benefit from?
Okay, I can take that. Yeah, do you want to go first, Karina?
Nope, you go first.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I can take that. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we engage in. We're not quite sort of set up in the same way as OCECRP is in terms of being kind of this hub for sort of cross-border sort of collaboration. But you know, most successful investigations certainly are ones where we're working with partners in multiple countries. And obviously the topic of kind of corruption and particularly money laundering in real estate is something that we've worked a lot on in the past. So, what data would we benefit from in this respect? I mean, sort of, I suppose, data that's not currently public. So leaked data is obviously the sort of holy grail with respect to kind of doing these kinds of investigations, so that you can sort of serve up new and novel insights. Because I think there's lots of in the UK context, at least, there's been lots of sort of analysis of the publicly available data by ourselves, but also by others. Of course, I think Karina's example is a great one, where you don't have any central body collecting this information, but there's an industry group body, and that data falls into the hands of some very able and willing journalists. I mean, this is with locations and information on ownership, and that sort of information, of course, would be very, very interesting. I mean, anything that kind of pierces the corporate veil, so data on company ownership from company service providers, the sort of stuff that was served up, of course, in both the Paradise Papers and the Panama Papers is immensely valuable to investigative journalists, given the number of sort of leads we have on ongoing investigations where you just hit a dead end. You hit a foreign Liberian company or something that's register is run out of, I believe it's somewhere like Washington, DC, by a private company, and they charge, like Karina was saying, hundreds of dollars just to access the data, and who knows what they do when you make the request. So it's anything like that, and we're very keen to collaborate in general.
And one more thing I would add about, same goes for us with basically everything Sam said, but. And another thing is that maybe even, easier is, like Sam had mentioned, these ultimate beneficial ownership registries that do exist, but not for the public. A lot of these, Isle of Man, for example, is a place where people register companies all the time, and there is a beneficial ownership registry, but it's not something that, we as journalists can access. So that's, just going off of that. And also, just land, a lot of the time land information is, publicly accessible if you know the address and you know the specific property in question that you're looking after, but you can't really access it in bulk, or you can't really, search it by an individual's name, which makes it really hard to kind of, do any of these investigations if you don't have a starting point. So I do think that that's another thing that would be kind of quite helpful for us when we are looking into real estate and the people who own it, and just make it more transparent.
All right. So since we have a bit of time, there was one more question also for both of you. If you could say something about how your institutions are financed, and especially how you guarantee the neutrality of the published information.
Yeah, absolutely. So Global Witness is financed by a number of kind of philanthropic donors and funds. When we're not sort of set up at the moment to sort of take lots of grassroots donations, although if people really like our work, we do of course encourage that as well. And in terms of sort of making sure that we sort of remain neutral, which is absolutely essential for the work we're doing, and critical if we're going to be sort of a credible voice speaking truth to power. We have sort of an independent process by which we establish strategic priorities. And when it comes to our research, we have a very, very kind of robust and well worked out legal and fact check process that keeps kind of, holds the standards of our research, holds us to a very high standard, and making sure that impartiality, neutrality, and fairness are absolutely kind of core to all the research that we provide.
And same goes for us. We do get a number of our donors are big foundations who give money to organizations like ours who are doing this kind of work. And we do have a few government donors, but I think that one big trick here is to diversify that and make sure that our money is coming from a lot of different angles. But it mostly just has to do with our internally and the ethics that we really hold ourselves to. As Sam said, we have a crazy fact-checking process that some people would, if you talk to anyone at OCCRP, would complain to you a lot about Birgit and our fact-checking team. But what that really does is make sure that, we're telling the truth fully. All of the information that we publish is factual and, official sources. And we also have a legal team. We haven't lost a lawsuit yet. We have been sued and we have not lost a lawsuit yet. And that, is thanks to our legal team and the fact checking that we go through, because we are very, very careful. We're going up against a lot of very powerful people and who could basically, shut down OCCRP pretty easily in the courts. So, just that alone keeps us really, really accountable and makes sure that we are only telling the truth and doing it the right way.
Thank you, Karina. And I wanted to ask you, as we've been talking about like funding, and we've heard you also before in the beginning talking a little bit about your background, and if you'd like to say more about what brought you to such projects, and maybe for both your organizations, we're curious to know how you're soliciting citizen participation and having people basically contribute to your work. How is it possible to use these different resources that you mentioned and how accessible they are to have more people working and using this data?
I can start. So in terms of getting, citizen participation, one, I kept mentioning this platform called Aleph, which is kind of this investigative data platform that allows users to search, but also, upload their own data sets and use it to kind of cross-reference against other data sets, et cetera. So one, really basic, straightforward way is that we're constantly welcoming people to upload data onto Aleph and, kind of participate in this information sharing with us. There's also, part of our job also, in addition to kind of telling these telling these stories of organized crime and corruption, is working with our member centers and providing support. So like I said, we have Aleph and also my research team where we're supporting journalists around the world. And we also are kind of collecting information on registries and websites that publish this information that we use for our investigations. And we have this catalog of these resources on our website. So if someone doesn't really know where to go, if they need to get information from companies in Luxembourg, you can come to our site and find it. And we are, there's a lot of stuff out there. So we also do have this open call to the public to contribute to that, to, go onto our GitLab and actually comment if maybe this link is dead because it used to be active and now it's not, or they know about this really cool source in their country that we don't know about. So we are also constantly calling out to the public to help us with things like this.
Yeah, just to follow on, I think we can really attest at Global Witness to how valuable Aleph is. We run our own Aleph internally to store kind of data that we've been given, as well as sort of engaging with collaborations with OCCRP via their sort of wiki and so forth. And it's a really, it's an incredible kind of technology stack that they've developed for doing this type of work. And Aleph, the OCCRP's Aleph is just an incredible resource for those who haven't checked it out. In terms of what Global Witness does to engage with citizens more broadly, like I've been very keen as part of my remit of the organisation is to make sure that where possible, and obviously it's not always possible given issues around source protection and so forth, that to publish as much data as we can, structured data as we can, because we're limited, and we know that there are many other groups out there that we work for that can take information forward, follow up on leads that we haven't been able to identify, and use it to drive the change that we're really keen to see in the world. So we do look at kind of how we can kind of publish and host publicly available information that's at the heart of that's sort of the heart of some of our investigations. And we are looking for sort of new routes to sort of engage citizens in some of our research, but it's not something that we've done a great deal of up until now.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah, there was a lot of interesting information in almost 1.5 hours. I mean, we're a bit earlier ahead of time, but I would like to just also remind everybody that you both filmed a longer video contribution, and we have made these available from a special website. So if you want to have a look at those, you can go to our website, disruptionlab.org/evicted-video. We will also share the link in the chat, so you'll be also able to see both of their presentations and also a lot more information on all the investigations that were mentioned, and otherwise, of course, also on the websites of either Global Witness and the OCCRP Dubai Golden Sands investigation. And yeah, Sam, if you want to share other links of your research via Twitter, that would be really cool, or also in our chat as you prefer. That would be great.
Yeah, I'll do both.
Yeah, so thanks both of you for the really interesting contributions, and also thanks to Rima for the great moderation. And then, I would just like to say that we hope to see everybody back at the 8:15. So we will continue with the Evicted by Greed conference with the live conversation between Fredrik, Gertten and Leilani Farha about the documentary Push. And we will also show some short excerpts from the film. So originally, of course, before everything happened around Corona, we wanted to have the film screening as part of the conference, but we decided to move this to a bit later in the year. So we will have an outdoor film screening on the 30th of July at Akut Magnoi. So if you want to see the full film, please join us there. It will be for sure nice and summer, nice weather here in Berlin. And also related to also the work around whistleblowing, we just wanted to mention that we're organizing another outdoor event on the 12th of August, where we will show the documentary Never Whistle Alone, following a couple of whistleblowers in Italy and the troubles that they face in exposing information. So yeah, we hope to see you again soon, and now we will have a short break. So thanks to everybody for joining, and see you back at 8:15.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tatiana Bazzichelli, the director of the Disruption Network Club, and I'm very happy to present the live conversation about Push the film. Together with me, we have Fredrik Gertten, the director of the film Push, and also Leilani Farha, that is the main character of the film. She is a global director from The Shift and also a former UN Special Rapporteur on the right to housing. So I'm very happy to welcome there. Thank you for being with us. And we have been also waiting for this moment to meet you personally. Now we have to do it virtually because we know that unfortunately we are not able to travel. But for sure we are going to have great conversation also tomorrow because Leilani will join us tomorrow as well for her keynote. But we wanted to show the film Push already last month, and this was not possible. Fredrik also will tell us more about the situation of his work, I suppose. But we are going to show the film in Berlin, July the 30th. So there will be a moment in which we can actually see the film. But we wanted also to have a conversation to prepare this moment all together, because I would say that despite the sad situation that we cannot meet, at least these video encounters allowed us to be connected in real time. So this is what we want to do today, and also discuss a specific aspect of the film Push. And here I'm going to quote Fredrik directly, because he was also already discussing previously about the effect of the corona crisis on eviction. And the same also with Leilani. They have been already discussing a lot online. And Fredrik mentioned that the Push film is really relevant right now because it shows the effect of the financial crisis in 2008, and this was solved making the criminal money and the financial investors the winners. So the fear at the moment is that it's going to happen the same and even worse with the COVID crisis. And today we want to discuss about this. So first I want to thank Leilani and Fredrik. Also, thank you for being here. We can hear
happy
you.
To be here. Yeah, happy to be here.
Thank you. It's very nice to be here.
And by going on in our discussion, first I wanted to show shortly the trailer of the film. And first I also want to say that there is a moment of interaction that we can have during this conversation also with the audience. So there is a chat. You can use freely. This chat is online, and you can interact with us after we finish the conversation, and we'll then be reporting the questions to Leilani and Fredrik. So prepare already your questions and think about what you want to ask them, because at the end of this conversation there will be a moment in which there will be also the voice of the audience present in our sharing. So now I would say let's watch the trailer of the film, and then we will go on with our discussion.
You know, the first sign that you're gonna have to leave your neighborhood is when vintage clothing shops show up. Then the housing value is gonna go up, and then they're all gonna get the push.
In the Greater Toronto area of the last 30 years, housing prices have increased by 425%.
Then we start asking, who's gonna live in cities? Who are cities for?
They wanna raise the rent up to like $900 each. If it goes to $3,400, then I have to make at least $100,000 a year.
I've seen the whole area change. They start buying up properties because it's a fantastic investment for them.
When I hear people today saying it's gentrification, one reaction, an ironic reaction, is if only. It's much deeper than that.
Owning the house is only a means to making money.
New owners have taken over. We haven't met them, we haven't seen them, we don't know anything about them. It could be Frosty the Snowman for all I know.
I heard one of the council said, if you can't live in Notting Hill, then you shouldn't be in Notting Hill. Who the fuck is he to say something like that?
I can stand in the middle of the street and no traffic coming.
Paradisi fiscali sono il luogo dove capitalismo legale si incontrano.
Gold is not a human right. Housing is. We need to reclaim the fundamental right to housing.
Great. Then now I would pass to both of you, Fredrik and Leilani, to comment the present situation related to the crisis and also what we can learn from the film, thinking what happened in the past, what is happening right now. And Fredrik is not only a Swedish filmmaker, but he's also a producer and a journalist. So would be really important to understand what is your perspective in this kind of subject, not only related to your work as a filmmaker, but also as a journalist. And we also already saw from the trailer, Leilani has been working many years on this subject to fight, to make possible that housing becomes a human right. So we also at the Disruption Network Club think that this is very important politically and would be necessary to understand how all collectively could fight global finance and eviction to have a better situation in which we live in. So now I pass it to you if you want to comment on this and also give your statement. So we can start
good
with
evening. Good evening from Malmö, Sweden. Not so far away from Berlin, very far away from Canada. So Leilani, you're far away. No, it's when the COVID crisis happened, Leilani and I started to talk almost immediately to see what did we learn during the making of the film, because the making of the film Push was also a journey for us trying to understand this monster of financialization. To be honest, it was a word I couldn't pronounce before. Financialization is really hard to pronounce. And there was a lot of other things that I didn't know so much about. So it's been a journey trying to understand the factors that are driving up the prices of our lives around the world. And of course, quite soon, we understood that the financial crisis in 2008 and how it was solved played a giant role in this. So that was like, oh shit. So that was something that we understood, that our homes went from being maybe a national business to a global business. And I can tell you, only in my little town, Malmö, many of the companies who are owning a lot of rental homes are now with global capital. So we have Fonabia, we have Akelius, we have a Swedish company called Heimstaden, but they are owned by a Norwegian billionaire. But this company just bought 40,000 apartments in the Czech Republic from Blackstone. So we can see even in a small town, we can see the same pattern that is happening all over the world. And I think I think that's been the success of the film, and with Leilani's work, is that we actually be able to show this global pattern. That is what we think only happens in London or New York. It actually happens also down in small towns in Sweden or in Czech Republic or all over the world. So I think that's what the film made. And of course, when we see the COVID crisis happen, we say, okay, what is happening now? It's obviously this is vulture time. This is shopping time for the big guys like Blackstone. And if you read the press releases of Blackstone, they're sitting on some $150 billion ready to go out. And they call this money dry powder. They're sitting on dry powder. So they are, when the states now have to create new money, Blackstone, they already have it. and all the other people. And now we've heard it from the previous speakers, really interesting, amazing speakers you have here, and that this is like, there is so much money out there. And this is what we also understood in our process, that there is, the people with money have too much money. And of course, they now at this moment in history, they really want to spend it. And so this is what we have to look out for. And so that's basically, and of course, Leilani, then with your work, with also focus on the homeless and forced evictions, you have been doing a lot of recommendations to states. You've been really busy. I think you should tell about that.
Sure. And that's, I mean, the way Fredrik set that up is quite perfect. I think for me, when I saw the pandemic hit and we heard this global health policy from the World Health Organization and then from every single government around the world, that the best policy to save lives would be to stay home, I immediately knew, oh shit, what's going to be exposed is what happens when governments for decades have failed to implement housing as a human right. And what's going to be exposed is the manifestation of those failures. What's going to be exposed is what happens when you allow housing to be treated as a financial instrument or a financial object. And I knew right away. And I think we're seeing that. So if I like to think about housing in terms of three groups of people. You've got homeowners, and then you've got renters, and then you have people living in homelessness, if I can draw those three big categories. So, and all of them are suffering, and all of them are suffering because of financialization. So we can start with the homeless population, who, we can ask, like, who is homeless these days? And if you look, you see escalating rates of homelessness in affluent countries. Well, why is that? And we saw in the trailer of the film this African-American guy, Derek, saying, they're going to raise my rent, overnight by a huge amount. And now I would have to make 6 digits to afford to live here, $100,000 to afford to live here. And I've talked to so many people in so many different places living in homelessness who used to live in affordable housing units. And those units were purchased by big capital. And so there's a downward spiral. So that's what the pandemic is showing us. The pandemic is showing us renters are in incredibly precarious position. Why? Because housing is so unaffordable. So a month after the pandemic hit, where people are unemployed for 1 month or underemployed for 1 month, they're having trouble paying the rent. Well, why is that? That means people don't have any savings. Why don't people have any savings? Because they're paying so much on the damn rent. And that's a global phenomenon. I haven't been to a city where people didn't tell me housing is unaffordable in my city. It's unaffordable to rent a place in city center. And so the pandemic is just exposing that. That's why we're having rent strikes around the world. And that's why governments had to say, we have a moratorium on evictions during the pandemic, because they knew households were 1 or 2 paychecks away from falling into arrears. So I find the pandemic is just exposing all of this. And the last group is, of course, homeowners who are going to have trouble paying their mortgages. And what happens then? We saw in the global financial crisis what happens. Their homes will become bad debt, and bad debt will be purchased by the vultures Fredrik was talking about. So that's what I'm seeing.
Thank you, Leilani. Then we can have also more time for interacting and answering. But since you just mentioned the crisis of 2008, I also want to show a short contribute from the film, in which we have Joseph Stiglitz, American economist and also professor at Columbia University, that is really showing how the 2008 crisis contributed in generating wealth inequality and asymmetries. And this is a pretty important moment of the film. I would like to just show it this part to then comment it.
We own properties around the globe. We buy these investments on behalf of
A company like Blackstone or any of the big financial enterprises were the big winners in the crisis. They were the big winners in the housing market. They were also the big winners in the equity markets. It was as if the US government, rather than helping the homeowners who were losing their homes, actually sided with the banks, encouraged foreclosures to clean up the books, gave the money to hedge funds and private equity firms, who then bought the distressed assets to make money. So it is the way that the 2008 crisis has played an important role in increasing wealth inequality in the United States and in other countries that have been afflicted by the crisis.
Yeah, that was Stiglitz from the film, and I think we learned a lot from him to understand the big shift that came out of the crisis. And we see now later in the history that Blackstone is suddenly also the owners of the banks in Spain, for example, but they also want to buy a big bank in the Netherlands. So they're so involved in everything right now. So, and of course, when the states now are printing money to give away to save the business, they have to go to these institutions and ask them to create money. So in some ways, the governments are also putting more money into the machines of these guys. So it's a very complicated situation, because Blackstone were already really strong 2007, but of course now, all these 12 years later, they are so much stronger. And it's a kind of a global power, and they also have this kind of extremely good network of mining data, understanding the economy. So there is that they are sitting on 150 billion of dry powder is because they could understand that something was going to happen, not the virus, but they knew that there will be a moment where everything will go down, and they were ready, and that's why they are even more dangerous right now.
Yeah. I was going to say I agree with that. I think they're more dangerous now. The landscape has been established. In the global financial crisis, it was new. What Blackstone did was actually new by buying up thousands and thousands of distressed assets all at once. They worked with big tech actually and managed to do that. And then I think they've been working in concert with governments to make sure that they have. It's not just Blackstone, it's these asset management firms, pension funds, insurance companies, etc. They work closely with government to make sure they have a very nice legislative framework and scheme to allow them to do business in this way and make uber profits off of real estate. All of that's been established by 2020 and in 2020. So they can act quickly now. And we know what's so scary about the pandemic and where we're at in this moment is that we're facing, every economist is saying, a global deep recession, if not a depression. But those guys with the big capital have big capital. And they are the ones who are going to, at the end of the day, who's going to have money? They will have money. And so then, you have to ask yourself, well, why would they buy at a time when so much of society is suffering? It doesn't have a lot of money, and there's going to be huge job unemployment on an ongoing basis, et cetera. Well, they can wait a few years. They don't want to wait 20 to 30 years to get a good return on their investment or to use their property as leverage for more capital. But they'll wait 5 years. I mean, they did that in Spain. They did it in Portugal. They did it in Ireland. You know, they'll wait. They are willing to wait for the rebound, and they know the rebound's going to take, you know, a few years. And I've been on a few calls actually with investors in New York, just eavesdropping really, so that to see what I can learn, like what are they talking about? And that's what they're talking about. They're talking about investing now because they're quite sure there's going to be a lot of cheap assets out there and sitting on them and waiting for the good return in a few years. That's what they're hedging. So I think it's a scary time. And I think if governments, I'm interested to know what Fredrik thinks, you know, because I use a human rights framework and I say governments have a legal obligation, but you can take, you know, a legal obligation to do something about this. And I have a whole bunch of recommendations, as he mentioned, you know, that I think things I think governments could do. But from a political side, I wonder what, Fredrik, what you think. Where is politics moving?
I mean, I would say that in one way, this is I mean, you know, some people say that the crisis is the perfect. Now we will come out to a much better world because now we understand what's important. Of course, that's sadly not true because we know that these guys are so strong and so dangerous. But of course, it is a moment to make politics because governments are now spending tax money. People are more in favor of a strong state than they were before. I mean, that's what we see over here at least. So of course, it's a moment to talk about, should government really help companies who have a base in a tax haven? So that's up in several countries now. It's like, okay, and in Sweden, for example, it's been a big debate. If a company is giving money to their shareholders right now, profits, they will not get government support. So this is happening now. So I think it's a moment, and I mean, of course, this conference is very much about the criminal money and the tax evasive money. Well, then it's time to talk about these issues because it's. I mean, if we can close the borders for citizens, why don't close the borders for illegal criminal money? You know, and I'm for the tax havens. I understand that the tax haven it's so complicated because even Netherlands and London and whatever is also a tax haven. So it's a behavior that is in every structure that nobody wants to pay taxes. But it's a good moment to talk about it. I would say. So
yeah,
and you can see that governments are trying to do that. Now, come in, please.
I was only going to say, I think too, now might be the time when populations, I know everyone is very distraught and distracted by all the crazy news about COVID and whether hair salons are opening or not. But if people could really turn their minds to what kind of a society they want to live in going forward. And I think people are thinking about this, right? Because there's been interesting impact of COVID where, for example, some people are really enjoying working from home. Some people are enjoying there not being traffic or just, you know, going on foot or bicycle rather than in cars. And so people are thinking about society. I would like people to think about where they want their pension fund dollars to go, for example. Because I think some of your speakers earlier today were talking a little bit about pension funds as being part of the problem. And certainly we that's covered in PUSH to some degree. So, you know, I think if people need to really be open to re-examining everything that we've taken for granted or that we've not even cared about prior to the pandemic. And pension funds I like because it's so immediate for people. So, sorry, go ahead, Fred.
No, I think the pension fund story is something where we should go. I mean, there's been for a long time a movement of, it started with the churches who didn't want to spend money, have their money in arms. And then there's been now a very long debate about pension funds in oil and in coal. And there's a lot of divesting from those activities right now. So even bigger national funds also in Sweden are divesting oil. So of course, the next step would be to have a movement divesting vulture funds like Blackstone. And I think we're getting there. There is, there was one very good NGO called Fair Finance Guide who are checking up the bank's activities, and they checked out many of the ethical funds in that you can have your savings in. Actually, also had Blackstone shares and Blackstone companies being part of the agro business in Brazil, which is actually part of burning down the Amazonas. So that kind of monitoring that NGOs are doing, if you communicate it well, it can make a hell of a difference. So I think people are at this moment more ready to move and to react, because people are worried, they're also angry, and of course people are worried about the virus, but they also understand that there's something else cooking out there. So it is a good moment for people. And what we need to do is, of course, to try to communicate in a very clear and understandable way, so people can to take it and move with it.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I think that's right. That we need to keep things simple. That's why I like about the pension funds too, because everyone knows, many people, not young people, but many other people pay into pension funds, and they are aware of pension funds. Obviously, they want to have a good pension in the future, but I think it worries people when they know their pension dollars are going somewhere bad. For example, in Canada, where I live, we've had this issue, and it's happening in Western Europe as well, where COVID is really affecting long-term home care situations and long-term care homes, we call them. And what's just been revealed in Canada is that our national pension fund dollars were going to support long-term care homes, and people are up in arms. So if we can use that, for example, to start talking about, well, do you know where else your money is going to? And you know those homeless people you're worried about getting COVID and then spreading COVID in the community? Do you know why they're homeless? Well, it's actually because of your pension dollars. If we can start making those simple connections for people, I think now is a ripe time, because people are being thoughtful.
One other thing I think we could talk about right now is the short-term rentals, the Airbnbs of the world. So it is right now, there's a lot of these short-term apartments empty, and this is of course a lot of small businessmen who are a part of this. So they're getting desperate. So I talked to people in Prague, where a lot of these apartments now goes back to the normal market. And that this is happening all over the world. So it's also a moment for cities to act, because Airbnb they're weakened right now. Yesterday I was in a conference with the city of Amsterdam, where 3 different departments of the city had watched the push, and then we had a panel. But they have a new legislation in Amsterdam since 2 weeks, taking on Airbnb in the short term. So I think this is something we also should keep pushing right now, because cities can now try to bring apartments back to the normal markets. There's a lot go.
I was only going to say, I was talking to a journalist yesterday in Tasmania, Australia, of all places, and we were having this very conversation about, is now the time to take on Airbnb? And I totally agree with you, Fredrik. I think it is. And it's so obvious, right? There are hundreds and hundreds of units standing vacant or now being put on the long-term rental market, which just shows you how much Airbnb eats up of a housing stock in any city. She said in Tasmania, which is not very big, as you can imagine, I think she said at least in Hobart, at least 500 units. 500 units were Airbnb and are now being put on the long-term rental market. So, that's a piece of the housing puzzle, and from a rights point of view, it is an important one, because obviously the shrinking of the very frail housing stock as a result of Airbnb is super important. I mean, And I think Ada Colau, the mayor of Barcelona, has made it really clear that it is possible to negotiate with Airbnb and still continue to have enough tourism in your city to bring in tourist dollars. I mean, that's what she did way before the pandemic, of course. She negotiated with Airbnb to regulate them properly, and she wasn't jeopardizing the tourism, which is, of course, important to Barcelona as an income stream.
And here I would jump in because I think you mentioned the topic of the responsibility of the political classes in making this global finance become so persistent and so strong in our different global situations. And in the film, we have a moment in which Saskia Sassen is speaking about this and also speaking about how the political classes allowed the financial investor to extract money and also to control the real estate markets. Let's show this short clip and then we can comment on it. And especially also, I would think it's important to discuss how we can influence the future development of the policy making as well, in which way we can also organize our resistance, not only from the bottom, but also in dialogue with institutions. So perhaps you want to answer after we watch the clip.
When you look at the political classes, which I hold responsible in part for a lot of the extremes that we have reached in terms of extracting value so that all our governments now are poorer than they were in the 1980s when this sort of begins. The value of all real estate that functions as an asset is $217 trillion. That's more than global GDP of all the countries in the world, of all the economies in the world. So you know that you're dealing with something that exits the domain of what we would call money. They're highly camouflaged extractions because they come in the shape of extraordinarily complex instruments that nobody who's not in that business can understand. The political classes, instead of doing their homework and saying, aha, we've left traditional banking, we could all understand that, something else has happened. It's so complex that we delegate to the experts. Who are the experts? It's the financial sector itself.
Yes, the financial sector itself. The success of these guys is it's basically they have been winning the war of language. They have been creating a language, an explanation model of why and how we should run our societies, and they have sold this language into all the editorial houses, into the politicians, into the lobby industry. So it's and the popular movements have kind of lost their language in many ways. So I think this is like still a big battle out there because when their experts talk about what is ongoing, it's always seen from the perspective from the financial industry. So that's their big success. And you see the result of it also when Saskia says here, the states are much weaker than they were 40 years ago. So the governments, the cities have less power, have less tools in their toolbox to take the fight with this kind of extractive capital that's coming in now. So so I think we need to change the discourse, and we need to change the language in a way so also people and modern politicians and journalists can explain for people why their model is not working anymore, because it's kind of obvious that it doesn't work, but they still promote it. and they still sell it as their solutions. And you can see in many of these packages going out now, it will, as they are now producing so much new money, and this new money will also mean that the ocean of money will be even bigger. And we know that Blackstone and the other funds, that's their territory. For them, money is cheap. For us, money is very expensive. And how do we shift that balance? But first, let's start with the language. Leilani.
Yeah. First, a couple of things. First of all, I love the figure $217 trillion that was in that clip. In actual fact, that's all real estate. But residential real estate is 163 trillion of the 217. So you see that they've really moved into residential real estate. It's not office buildings that we're talking about, right? So they're making this money off of renters and families and households, some of whom are very low income, in fact, right? So it just to highlight that, I was the 217 was the figure I was tracing in my work before I wrote my thematic report on financialization, and when I saw that in fact that was the global figure and that residential real estate is small, so a huge proportion of that, it's just shocking. The other thing I think is interesting about what Saskia says is, she says that states are weaker, and she's right, and I don't dispute it. But in the area of housing, they actually aren't weaker than they were. They still have the strength of human rights. They're still supposed to be using human rights to govern how they interact with housing, because housing is a human right. I'm not talking about gold, and I'm not talking about steel, and I'm not talking about any other asset that isn't a human right. But where a human right is concerned, they actually haven't lost their power. They still have the power of human rights. And states are starting to flex their muscle in that regard. Denmark is a good example, where they have legislation recently adopted, which is sort of referred to as the Blackstone legislation, where they flexed their human rights muscle, I would say, where they said, oh, Blackstone, you're welcome to come into our country, by all means come, but in our country, housing is a human right, and we have a set of legislation that you have to abide by, but you're welcome to come in. But it just means, we have rent freezes for 5 years and, et cetera. So I really like that, turning the tables, and it gets at what Saskia says, because it says it's rather than relying on the Blackstones and their advisors and to determine housing policy, the politicians took it back in their own domain and said, this is important for our people, this is important for us as government, and we're going to legislate, and we're going to control these actors. The depressing thing, I would say, in the pandemic is that another massive private equity firm by the name of BlackRock, not to be confused with Blackstone, is advising governments around the world on their economic stimulus packages and their economic rollout. And, I haven't done my analysis yet. I just read that a couple of weeks ago. And so I'm now having to do a whole bunch of research on what that actually means. What does that look like? But we've known for a long time. Blackstone is an advisor to Donald Trump, for example. CEO Schwartzman of Blackstone is one of Donald Trump's chief economic advisors. So we know that the political class is so dominated by these guys. But every once in a while, we're seeing some governments flex their human rights muscle, as I say.
We have been also speaking about these issues today, how the Wall Street global finance is entering into our private homes. Also, I wanted to suggest the people that are listening to us that we have been also doing video contribute with our speakers. If they are interested, they can also find on our website. And at the same time, Leilani, you will also come back with us tomorrow for a keynote. So we can also follow up more on these issues and try to understand also how we can imagine different policy measures to protect the vulnerable sector of society. That is also what we are speaking about here. And we can go on with the conversation, but I see there are many questions from the audience. So if you don't mind, I will read them to you, and then we can keep on discussing. So we have first a question from Fredrik. How is it that companies like Blackstone can buy banks, but do they buy the banks from? Who do they buy the banks from? Are banks owners legally capable of selling banks? Then question 2 for Leilani. Are there alternative structure to the pension funds that can be implicit being researched and or developed? Then we have another question. Somebody that say, I don't want to spoil for the members of our audience that they didn't see the film yet. But what are some encouraging steps that the government of some major cities have addressed the housing crisis? What do these cities have in common? And then another question, I think this is for Fredrik. How was the film accepted by the direct protagonist, the people who are about to be evicted? Did it maybe spark some activation or politicization among them? So I'm going to remind you a bit. So the first was for Fredrik, how is that companies like Blackstone can buy banks and are banks owner legally capable of selling banks?
That's a very interesting question, but I'm not an academic and I'm not an expert in anything, so I don't really know how to answer it. But obviously, people with a lot of money can buy whatever they want to do, and they buy shares, and then they take over. And I guess when they've been buying the Spanish banks, there's been banks that have been in bad shape after the financial crisis, so it's been easy pickups for them, I would say. And then you also asked me about the protagonists in the film. I mean, most of the protagonists in the film have seen the film. And I've had some amazing moments. I was in Chile, and I met these ladies from Valparaiso, and who were really fighting against this illegal condo buildings. They were crying after this film, and we lost, they said. But on the other hand, their story is out there, and they keep fighting. I think the strength of film is sometimes that when you see your local story in a global context, you see something new. We actually had the U.S. premiere in San Francisco at the Castro. And there was a young lady coming up to me after the film and said, "No, I feel less lonely after seeing this film, because before I thought it was me that wasn't good enough for this society. I was the one who couldn't pay and buy and do this in the right time. But now I understand that this is what happened to me. It's a global business model affecting me. So in one way, to understand yourself in a global context, it's also easier to fight back, because the system and its language has a way of pointing fingers to the people. You can't make it, you're a loser. But if we are as a collective being affected, it's a different thing. And I think this is what's so inspirational with Spain, for example, and Berlin, where you're really taking the fight as a collective. And that's why you're so successful in Berlin. I really congratulate you to that. And then one more thing I see not everybody have seen the film. So if you're in an NGO and so on, you can organize your own screening, and we can find a way to send you individual screening codes if people watching at home. So please contact us if you want to organize screenings of the film.
Actually, before passing to Leilani, there is a question that is pretty connected to this, an additional one that came to you, Fredrik, because they ask, how can grassroots do-it-yourself journalists make a difference? How could we then chase local politicians, researcher, and research people that own my house. So as a journalist, how would you make a difference in this kind of fight?
I think I mean, if you watch the film, you will see a global pattern, and then you can trace this global pattern down to your own city. And my normal advice to everybody is try to map the ownerships of your own town. And you will probably, if you go back 20 years and you put a new map on who the ownerships of today, you will see a concentration of ownership. So if you had 1,000 different house owners in your town, before they might be down to 20. You know, it's like it's an extreme concentration of power. And then you will see that most of these powers are now, it's a global capital. Even if the companies have local names, they will probably be owned by institutions. And they're out on the market. So the owners of your house is offering your house as something that can grow. It can create growth. So it's because, you know, I think it was, we were before everything closed, we were in the Czech Republic, and we just asked the question, do you know, any here know if Blackstone owns anything in the Czech Republic? And people said, no, we don't think they're here. But actually they were owning 40,000 apartments, 40,000 from the old coal miners' apartments, where people before lived for like less than 10% of their income. And now it's of course, it's been shooting up. But then, of course, after 5 years, Blackstone sold 40,000 apartments and just left because they've already created the value they needed, and then they move on. So I think even if we were meeting a lot of activists in Prague, almost nobody knew about this story. So try to monitor your own town, see what's going on, and then journalists and activists can easier tell a local story from this global perspective. So knowledge is the thing, and I mean this whole conference is amazing in this sense because you're bringing up a lot of good knowledge here. I mean the talks I heard from Berlin and Barcelona is really, really interesting.
Thank you, Fredrik. Now we'll pass to Leilani.
Yeah, I actually want to start with that last question, though it wasn't directed at me, but for the advocates out there and the journalists, I actually spend a huge amount of my time interacting with journalists, not just giving interviews, which I do a lot of, but cultivating their knowledge and asking them to pursue things that I can't as an advocate. Not that I couldn't, I mean, technically I probably could, but I'm an advocate and I don't have time to go deep on some of these things and you know, follow the money and all of that stuff. And you see, in human rights work, what differentiates human rights from any other framework, almost any other framework, is the issue of accountability. You see, that's why I love human rights, and it's why I use it. If it didn't have accountability, I wouldn't use it. I mean, human rights is about holding governments accountable to commitments they made after World War II. Those are really serious commitments. They're about human dignity, and housing is at the core of that. And so I have different mechanisms for accountability, and journalists are one of my mechanisms, in my opinion. I use journalists extensively. It's hugely important. Grassroots journalists have a lot of latitude, and so don't have a heavy editorial board on them saying, no, we're not going to publish this. No, we don't want to do this. And so there's a huge role for grassroots journalists to play, but other journalists as well. I was asked a complicated question about alternative structures to pension funds. I've not investigated that at all. But I will say that one of the interesting things governments can do is they can pass legislation, at least with respect to national pension funds. They can pass legislation that says that, like framework legislation to govern how pension funds invest their money and where they invest their money. And you can include human rights in that framework. I've seen legislation like that in Canada, and I actually think it's based on legislation from Norway. So once that legislation's in place, so then you say, oh, do you mean to say that the Norwegian pension fund never invest in anything that's going to violate the right to housing? Well, of course not, because housing is so rarely understood as a human right, especially in the context of investment. But that's our next step. So once we have legislation like that in place, we can start arguing with the government, look, you passed human rights legislation saying a pension fund has to invest in a human rights friendly way. They can't do what they're doing then by investing in residential real estate, leading to evictions, all of which is contrary, and homelessness, all of which is contrary to international human rights. And I think the last question was cities doing cool things. So, I mean, Berlin is the obvious example, and I echo what Fredrik said. A huge congratulations to the advocates there, because I think, but for the advocacy, the cool things happening in Berlin would not have been happening. So taking to the streets and coming up with bold recommendations for city level government has had a huge impact. And for the idea of land expropriation, or at least increasing public lands at city level, is an active discussion in Berlin. Buying back assets that were sold off at market rate, some people thought was crazy. I think it's a gutsy move on the part of a city, recognizing the city's own mistake in having sold off public assets. Barcelona offers a ton of really good examples as well. I already gave the example of trying to regulate Airbnb. Mayor Colau also bought buildings from banks and is converting those buildings into affordable housing, or deeply affordable housing for people. So there, in the city of Toronto, they just adopted a housing strategy that's based in human rights, and it has a whole human rights charter. And so city councilors are having to get their head around what a human rights approach to housing looks like, as is the housing department. And in the face of the pandemic, the housing department has been one of the most progressive in Canada as a result of this kind of human rights oriented approach to housing. So lots of cool stuff going on around the world. And I'm really trying to work closely with cities to get them to keep doing cool things.
As a filmmaker, I just want to close around here. As I believe in the good story, to tell a good story, and to tell stories of what other cities are doing is really important. So cities can inspire other cities. And this is what already is happening right now, because there's a lot of cool things going on. Even if there's a lot of bad things, there's also a lot of good inspirational stories. So we should keep sharing inspirational stories. And Leilani is now, with a new title, the Global Director of The Shift, which is something we can see being born in Push. So cities are joining the shift. And this is also a place where experiences can be interchanged. So you should follow the shift on Twitter and so on, and you should use Push in your work, and then we can keep sharing stories. But thank you for having us. It was really, really nice.
Thank you as well. Also, I wanted to say we should support your work as well, Fredrik. So I invite also the people to get your film online because it's there. And of course, we are happy also to show it in real life in Berlin, the 30th of July. But of course, the film is available, and also think it's important for this fight to support the film directors that are doing such work. And with Leilani, we are happy to hear more from her tomorrow. We will have a long discussion together with Justus von Daniels from the Corrective organization. So I just want to, for 1 minute, explain what is going to happen tomorrow, and then I say goodbye to everybody. So tomorrow we will start at 3:40. We will have a talk with Volkan Simon from Deutsche Wohnen und Co. Untitled, that is a collective that is also fighting with a referendum to expropriate owners that own more than 3,000 apartments in Berlin. So they have been doing a very important work in the grassroots situation of the city to make a real change also in politics. Then we will have the keynote with Leilani, the human rights solution, tackling the housing crisis, together with Justus von Daniels at 5. And at 7:10, we will have the short film premiere of Still This Poster, Artivism and the Struggle of Lucia y Siesta. Still This Poster is a great collective of subvertisers that were also present for a workshop 2 weeks ago. So great part of our program. They will also come back the 3rd of September to do another workshop in Berlin. And then we finish the whole conference of Saturday with the panel Resisting Speculation, Ecological Commons, Subvertising and Fighting Tech Domination, together with Marco Klaus and Jonathan Miller. We will also speak about Amazon, another problem of corporation, I would say. And then we Still This Poster. And finally, on Sunday, we will go in a virtual tour with Christoph Trautvetter from 5 on to visit the anonymous real estate owners in Berlin. So I hope many of you will come back today also to listen to Leilani, and I really thank you, Leilani and Fredrik, for being with us this night and for the very important work you are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.